Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and oh, hello, Abman, already chatting up in the chat. Perfect. Give me about, I'd say less than a minute, and I'll be ready to go ahead and go full intro here. Minute to win it. Exactly. Ugh. Or like minute to get myself properly medicated, situated. All that aided. I need to get like a less harsh ring light or something because I can't keep. I'm not putting the lights on in front of me, so I might come in a little dark. It's hot. Oh. All right. PC's on. Now, I usually do this before even turning on the camera, but hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow, with Snow Studio Games, and today we are going to be continuing a little bit of a combat design project we've got going, and also going to be continuing with our new project that we started on stream on Friday, which was going to be a kind of like a Galaga clone kind of thing. So, oh, I'm gonna do the side-scrolling version rather. So it's gonna be a space thing, looking spoopy there with the darkness. Ooh. Well, it's gonna fade in and out because it's gonna constantly try and light balance my background. So it is gonna constantly try and light balance the background. All right, give me a minute. I might have a singular way that this won't blind me and cook me at the same time. Ah, good enough. It is hot. That's why we got the button-down shirt, because I can't. Not going full shirtless, not on a live stream, but it's hot. It's close enough. Anyway. So the project that we started last time, we left off trying to get basically a bunch of scripting done without doing any testing, because we know how I like to roll. And I tested it out, and it's working. So I had to, finagle a few things, move things over, and get rid of some extra stuff that I put in there, because anyone that is like a more experienced scripter or game developer, coder, will see last time's stream and see how I was struggling with the animator stuff and be like, bro, you didn't need to do all that. You're doing way too much. You're taking like 10 times as long doing it. What are you? This won't even work. So, not that anyone did that, but going through it later, or rather earlier today, I looked at it, I fixed it up, and while I was fixing it up, I was like, damn, I'm stupid. I did this shit live too. It was crazy. So we got it working. And I'm sorry, my friend is posting really pertinent information, such as neurodevelopmental differences. People with attention deficit / hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, or autism spectrum disorder may be more prone to developing circadian rhythm disorders. What's a circadian rhythm disorder? Anything that's not you being able to wake up and operate on a regular time schedule like neurotypical people do. And these circadian rhythm disorders can be common in, teens to young adults and some children. But generally, once you kind of get out of your growth phases, you don't need to sleep to grow as much, so you're obviously just kind of evened out. But if you've got other pre-existing stuff up here, you've got a good chance of having sleep issues. They call them a disorder. I say that it's only a disorder because the order of the world is morning. Yeah, like I was saying, it's more common in young adult, teens, and kids. But if you've got neurodivergent tendencies or ADHD or autism spectrum disorder, then you wind up with a higher chance of getting circadian rhythm disorder. Anyway, that's our little bit of medical knowledge for today. Love this info. There it is. So we can all suffer. Excellent. I need to unplug my Azeron keyboard, get it out of the way. For anyone that's not familiar with it, I also use this for some of my development, but I haven't got it keyed the right way for what I want yet. You've probably seen this on various advertisements if you're into getting peripheral devices for your PC. It's the cyborg hand. You go ahead, put your hand on there, and it's got 29 different buttons on there, all at a fingertips, slight motion movement, and it's got a thumbstick right there for movement, and it's also got a C-stick, what I call the C-stick, but it's got a different name. I forget what it's actually called, but it's basically a little nib that gives you up, down, left, right movement. So it's almost like you've got your control stick, and then you've just got what button was it? I call it a C-stick because it feels like the C buttons on an N64 controller. That's what it is. Got to twist that on my dad. He said I get my height from my mom's side and my brains from his, so thanked him for the autism. Nice. Cyborg hand, the closest some of us will come to holding hands with something or someone. You're right. And I have 2 cyborg hands, so I can actually very passionately hold my computer's hands. I'm so alone. Anyway, again, continuing back onto this. We don't need to focus on sorrows of my life. I think I'm gonna go to the main scene rather than this Unreal specific one. Yeah, my captions are a better size for regular development on this one. I don't think I need a separate scene for the Unreal one, unless it's for the specific Unreal windows that might pop open all over the place. We'll see. So what we've added to this is we've added basic background music. Not background music. We added ambience for like a construction site, but I'm about to give it an actual song because we've got some stuff here. Not the beefy hits and misses. I've got a lot of sounds on here now. Ooh, okay. That was under Echo for Ethereal, and it was under Main. So let me pause YouTube for a second. Kind of intense. That may have been a little loud for you guys too. I apologize. Let me turn that down by about -6. We all lift together? Hell yeah. I know that that your autocorrect said it, we all life together, but yeah, no, I definitely constantly have warframes we all lift together available for play in my head. Rent-free, no token cost. Just credit automatically, just hit play, it's there. I think I like that one. But we'll play it at a 0.25 volume. Alright. We're back to the YouTube music, which is just a piano track. It's a melancholic piano music to write moody autumn stories. I love the spooky aesthetic that it's got in the background, so when I look over, I don't get too distracted. That wouldn't have been autocorrect. I'm on PC. My brain went faster than I was thinking. Oh, yeah, fair. I mean, I'm still not wrong. Unless I specified that it was your phone's autocorrect, but Like, people got autocorrect too. It's muscle memory. So your hands wanted to do one thing because your brain thought about something, but it was like, this is a close enough thing, so what if it were this instead? What do we have here? What am I looking at? So this is our base enemy. I made a quick little enemy character that is actually just pretty much a duplicate of our breakable object blueprint, and our breakable object is a barrel. But I wanted to make the enemy kind of the same, but not the same, so I didn't make it a child blueprint off of the same one. I don't want it to have that kind of dependency. But now, as a base enemy, I can add more. I can create more enemies off of this and just change their flip book, which we have set to be editable while inherited. Same with the physical and the trigger colliders, because the sprites might be slightly different size, so we want to make sure that we don't go, you know, too crazy with that. Don't want to lock it in and remove our ability to be modular with it, especially as a base blueprint class. Over here in our player, we've set sounds for our attacks, or at least just for the missed part of the attacks. We still haven't set things to play sound when things are hit, but we are going to make an array right now and call this player hit sounds, or rather receive hit sounds. Receive hit sounds. Because I'm probably going to copy this this array over to the enemies as well. And if I copy it over to the breakable object, I don't feel like it's needed, but it could be. I don't think I'm going to have multiple different types of breakable object. If I do, it'll be a difference between barrels, boxes, and windows. Windows is the only thing that's going to be a different type of material. What are some unique games that you played or heard of? I've been wanting to play this one, but it's not translated into English and the Switch version, and is expensive as hell on the other versions. Night is in the Nightmare is a real-time strategy game that's a bullet hell as well. Damn, I'd recommend my Portal Pong in that case, since it's pretty much Pong plus bullet hell. Plus, why not Portals? But I haven't finished that one yet. For unique games that have, like, I don't know, that's kind of why I do the kind of style of development that I do with fusion and making things mix up like that. I like that concept that it's a RTS bullet hell. I mean, if you want to see what I think is a really good example of like live action combat, not like live action like us people live action. I mean like real-time combat, not real-time strategy, but real-time combat in an RPG, in an MMORPG at that. You should try Vindictus. If I remember correctly, it's a Korean-made game. They have translations for English and everything. It's actually pretty good, the translations. They have lots of cutscenes and cool stuff there. The weapon and armor system is based off of a gather materials every time you run through the dungeons, because it's like a dungeon crawl thing. So you go through the dungeons, you unlock more dungeons based off completing certain dungeons, and then some areas are gated off because you need to do a certain thing, complete a certain quest. You know how it is. But a lot of the weapons and armors will be kind of, you get the type of armor that you're gonna want, and then you upgrade that armor over and over and over, because that's how they like to do it with a lot of Oriental games. I've noticed, whether they come out of China, Japan, Korea, there's just a lot of the here's your thing, now go grind hundreds of resources for a chance to upgrade it that might fail and break your weapon / armor, and you have to start over. that is such a common thing that they use in their games for MMORPGs. It drives me insane. But even though this game has that, the combat is something that has stuck out in my head and something I bring up whenever I talk about games and how combat in games can feel. Because each character has their combat feeling so impactful. It feels good to play the characters. Even at the start of the game, when you're just facing up against spiders and stuff like that, when you grapple an enemy, you like full on grab them and like swing them into other enemies, slam them into walls. You can do a bunch of different wall combos, bouncing combos. There's so many different things that you can do. There's spellcasters too, so you can do stuff with spells, like go ahead, lift something up and slam it into something else and cause chain reactions, throw them off of a bridge. It's so creative with all the things that you could do in it, and it's called Vindictus. I'll type it into the chat. It's a free-to-play game too, if I remember correctly. But if you check that out, give it a try. It's a 3D game as well, so it's very... It can be a little laggy, depending on your system. If you go into the settings, you can make it so that way it doesn't render everyone else's armor. It'll just show their base character as like a hooded figure, and then you'll know that there's a person without worrying about their super advanced armor and effects that come with it. My favorite character to play on there was basically their Hulk-like character. I think his name was Karok, and he was just big hulking behemoth type of dude, taller than all the other characters, and obviously ripped swole to hell. And he was carrying a pillar, like he went up to a courthouse, went up, said nice column, boom, yep, this is gonna be my weapon now, thank you, and he just walks off and starts beating things to death with a pillar. When he grapples enemies, he can actually like use them still as a weapon depending on their size. And it's not just a throw, it's like you're just like a pillar. Love it. So good. I'm not gonna be able to make combat feel that impactful. God, I wish. Not yet, not for a while. I need practice to get to that point. Speaking of making things feel impactful, something that helps when it comes to making any kind of arbitrary attack feel impactful is like, instead of just doing a little flash, like you make it fade out, fade in, fade out, fade in, and then stay solid if it's not destroyed, and then disappear if it is destroyed. That's simple, that's basic stuff. You want to give a couple of visual cues, you want to give audio cues, and then you want to make it like very obvious when the thing has like been destroyed or died. Which reminds me, I need to kind of make a better sprite for the last sprite, but for the breakable object at least. I'm just gonna show. So if I go up to my enemy right now, this little guy right here. I just paused our music. Sorry if the microphone wobble went crazy. I accidentally smacked the underside of my J-arm. So, we're in game right now. If I go ahead and... Nope. He turned red and he's gone. That didn't really feel impactful, right? There was no, like, bounce back. There was no real impact to it. It did have a little bit of a sound because of my... I'm not sure if that can be heard over the game audio, like the in-game music, but you should be able to hear. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you should still be able to hear those. If not, I'll go in and I'll turn off the in-game music so that way we can deal with that. Actually, I think I might need to do that just to begin with anyway. Because while I'm trying to balance out sounds, it's not going to be really good for me personally trying to hear it. So let me disconnect that. Let me wait for my little audio thing in the top left corner to go away. Hit save. Yeah, okay. So here's a little difference between this enemy right here and the barrel so far. So we saw that the enemy just kind of took the hit, didn't really react. It turned really deep red first to show that it got hit, and then it went back to normal, and then it just kind of slowly faded to red and faded away entirely. So this barrel here, which we've made... Oh, I need to fix you. You should not be able to look like you're that high up above this thing. Anyway, when we strike this, it's already going to feel better on its own. That was already way more impactful than hitting the enemy, because it didn't just have a visual representation of a color flash, there was motion involved, so it didn't just kind of sit there in the same animation, it had a change. Even though this is a barrel, like a stationary solid object, everyone knows that if you go up and punch a barrel, it's not going to morph its size and stuff as if it were some sort of gummy product. It's not. But in games, it's fine. It is a visual indicator. And rather than going and getting various different sprites of wear and tear, just going ahead and making it immediately look hacked up after it takes a hit, just do the little bounce and a little flash and you've got your visual representation. At least up until it's destroyed. And I'm sure you could see what I was meaning by I would like to have a better ending sprite, because we can see that I'm obviously in a three-dimensional space using two-dimensional characters. That breaks and still has the kind of look of a top-down animation. So I need to, for it to death animation, I need to rotate it down onto the floor. At least angle it a little bit. I already made it a part of the death sequence to turn off their physical collider, so that way once they are flagged as dead, their physics is gone. You don't have to worry about like them blocking you from movement or anything like that. You can walk through them while they're going through their death animation. I just thought that'd be a nicer touch, because let's see, this guy right here, he's blocking me. We smack him, we go through him. I also noticed that he doesn't react to the first hit, only the second one. Or rather, he probably takes damage on the first hit, but he doesn't actually flash red to show that until he's out of health. Okay. So, music. We want our other enemies to be far more reasonably impactful. But look at this little guy. It's funny. We'll have to kind of create a custom animation for this one. And I'm not quite sure how to go about how I want to try and go about doing that. Never mind, I think I figured it out. That didn't take long. That'll be something that I do on my own, because what I'm going to do, I'll describe it so that way if anyone is curious how to go ahead and try and do this for yourself, you can go in. I'm just going to go into my sprite book here and look for, where's the new, oh, I don't have a new one, that's right. This is one animation, strictly. So I'm going to go to it here in the thing. We'll pause. So this one right here. This is all that there is to this animation, really, aside from the wisps of blue. The blue is where all of the actual like animation and fanciness comes from. The rest of it is just the same skull with it's pulled down by literally 1 or 2 pixels. That jaw. That's it. They added 1 or 2 pixels of literal black pixel space, and it went from closed jaw to open jaw. So what we want to do, we'll make 2 custom animations. One for getting hit and one for attacking. The one for attacking, we're going to angle it a little bit, and we're going to have the mouth open. and that's it. That's literally all it is. It's going to be an animation that we will hold for that open mouth portion. Will be there for like, I don't know, 2-3 frames. That's it. Do the same thing for getting hit, except we'll also we'll export copies of that sprite with overlaid color on it already. So specifically overlaid white. Because if you ever want something to flash white, the only way that I figured out how to do it is to have a white sprite to reference for it. Because if not, what happens is when you try and set the color of the sprite to white, it's already white to show the sprite's detail. That's just the default state. Your sprite has to be white to show the sprite's color information. And then if you change the color of that sprite to anything else, it's just going to tint that coloring, right? Let me find a better way to demonstrate. So here's our barrel, and here's our sprite color. Right now, this sprite is white. That's what it shows right here, but when you look at it, it obviously doesn't look white. It looks shades of brown, dark brown, light brown right there, and a base brown. So you got 3 different shades of brown that they use, and then you've got 2 shades of silver and a shade of purple, along with the black outline. None of that is white. The closest to it is that silver, correct? But what happens if we change this, and let's say we get rid of the red? Suddenly the red information's missing from this. The reason the sprite is white is because it's conveying all of the color information from 0 to 1 for whatever the values have been set for in this picture, to create this picture. And so when we change the value of the overall, color of the overall sprite, we're changing what the ratio of the other colors is. And so it'll change this. You can set this all the way back up. But that's how you can go ahead and modify your sprites if you want to. Like individually, you can duplicate a sprite, and you can go ahead and you can duplicate a sprite, and you can go in and change its sprite color, and then use that altered color sprite as a thing, instead of taking it into an editing program. The only reason I want to take it into Photoshop to do it is because I want to add a little rotation to it for when it's attacking, so that way it has a difference. And then I want to rotate it the other direction, like throw its head back when it's getting hit. So both times it's going to do an angle and it's going to open its mouth, but I want to do this in a way that won't actually make it rotate itself. Because changing the sprites out is easier in many cases than trying to get rotation correct when you're just rotating child objects in relation to a parent object in relation to a locked perspective plane. I've been using a lot of words and talking a lot. I'm going to shut that up for a sec. We've done our demonstration. Our next little step there, we can get rid of that because we're not going to have our music active, and I'll worry about that part later. I actually technically still need to get approval before moving on to the step of creating more enemies. So, or to even create enemies in general, but this is literally just a copy of this barrel right now, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to go ahead and that was supposed to be a dramatic me deleting of the object, but the outliner didn't want to listen. All right, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to exercise my powers as the lord of this world and destroy it. Also, why am I in 2-column view? I just realized that. This is taking up so much space this way. No. Pa 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 pa. Ba da pa pa pa. Vertical tiles list. No, I want. Why? ¿Por qué? We'll go with tiles and it's gonna be somewhere. It has to be. I'm literally using it in my other oh, wait a minute. I'm using it in my Unity project. Whoops. Whoopsies. Right. Sorry, I'm just opening up the YouTube studio over off to the on my TV screen, so that way I can pull stuff up and potentially moderate stuff if needed, because I know that sometimes it has sometimes it will go ahead and hold people's chat. There we go. Mute myself. Oh, hey, wow, that's actually pretty damn close to immediate. Legit. Alright. So we have here. So we have two things that we still have. No, we have four things that we still haven't done for our player. One of them is a transformation. So we can do a transformation, which I have the animation already ready for. We make a folder for enemies and toss these in there. I actually potentially already have enemies for use as well, zombie-like enemies, so I can give those a whirl at some other time, but I want to make sure that I get approval first before moving on, because that is the process. We have more than just barrels for destructibles. We've also got boxes, we've got jars, ceramic jars, signs. I'm not going to use the signs as destructibles, but I am also going to have I am definitely going to use the chest. Oh yeah. And then I made whiteout sprites for all of it as well, so that way I can have a thing where it got hit. We have our text. What was I needed to do my other attack, that's right. So we can do, these are the three things that I still need to do for this character's abilities. The ability to throw something, the ability to transform, and the ability to heavy attack. Now the transform is going to be, as much as I really want to include that right now, that's something that's going to take a little more finesse. I have things set up so that way I can actually have interrupt windows of opportunity. So if we're trying to transform and an enemy hits us during the starting parts of the transformation before a certain frame is reached, it'll actually knock us out of the transformation. And I want that to happen. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly how to make something break off the code. I might just have to gate it multiple times and wait and see. There's multiple ways to do it. But the transform is something secondary. The attacks need to be something, and I just realized that one of the things is missing here. That's why I said there were supposed to be 4. Where is my air attack? It's over here. Oh, there it is. Hello. Okay. So we need to check this, and we're going to We're gonna have this go into a sequence real quick. Just so that way I know that this part, the things that I'm coding, are going to be a part of the sequence of events that transpire for our air attack. Alright, if anyone has any questions as we go through this, because it is going to be a bit, let me know. I am definitely still going to need not so much that one. Where is the default? There it is. So I think I can still hit that and have the damage window spawn just fine. And we're not going to have a chain window at all. So I do the rest of the same setup that I would do for this, and it should be fine. Now, what does that mean? That means I was talking to myself. So, what we're going to do is we're going to grab our variable called current attack stage. And what this variable is an enum. E-N-U-M. I'm glad that it actually spelled it correctly up here too. But an enum is basically a drop-down thing that you can create, right? So I like making enums all the time for flow control, and flow control is exactly what you're seeing here, is controlling how script and code executes and what order it'll execute itself in, how it will gate itself off from certain things, and how it will proceed. My eyes. Oh, wait, that's probably why. Okay. There's a couple things that I have still neglected to do in preparation. One of them is apparently I never even put my glasses away the last time I used them. So let me just give these a quick rub. What we're doing is we have 3 different enum values for our player. All right, now that I've described that, you can use enums as a drop-down thing for flow control. And these enums are for our current animation state, our current attack stage, and our current attack type. Now this is important because our character's attack, and the reason that this combat design class can be a little difficult and stressful, is that it's got chain window timings, stuff like that. And he wants us to have chain attacks. He wants us to have like a 3-hit combo that ends with a good solid, you know, third hit that's different and somehow more, you know, a little more oomph behind it than the first preceding hits. Which means you need to find a way to count the amount of hits within a certain time frame window and all this other stuff. And he also wants us to have a heavy attack, which can also just be like a copy of the third hit, or the third hit can be a copy of the heavy attack, whatever you want to do. I have a separate heavy attack from my 3-hit combo attack, so we can make that as well. And that one's going to be a little special. It's going to be different than the hitboxes that are currently being used by my character and by my character's attacks. I'm using a pre-made damage field that I created, basically. I made it on my character, and then I copied the stats of the shape, size, and everything of the damage field. And then I put the code in and all that. Let me pull that up. It's not crazy or anything. It's quite literally just this. On begin play, we do a quick overlap actors, and it's a capsule overlap because our collider is a capsule. I don't even have the visual graph open for it because there's no real visual for it. It's a capsule. So I made the capsule equal to the size and shape of our capsule. This custom overlap that we do whenever this gets spawned in. And the reason that we do that is so that way if this is spawned right on top of an enemy, which often it will, there's a chance that it might not detect that collision because it's like, I spawned in this doesn't count as a collision. It does that. So in order to circumvent that, I made it so that way as soon as this thing enters the game, so whenever it's spawned, which only happens when we're attacking, within the proper damage window, it'll spawn this and it'll destroy it at the end of that damage window. And if it doesn't, this has a contingency plan to kill itself after 1 second. So we're always covered. So we make that little capsule overlap equal to this just to make sure that we're not going to overlap anything that is, you know, what it needs to be. What this is looking for, by the way, is a blueprint interface. I made a BPI, a blueprint interface, for damageable. So anything that can receive damage would need to be interacted with by this damage field. So damageables. And this interface gives anything that's using the interface the code for... Do I have it here? Or no, it's here under breakable objects. It gives them the code for taking damage, setting up their health variables, and death or destruction. I wanted to specify death or destruction because it's a damageable, not an enemy damage or a health damage thing. It's just damaging either a pawn or an object. So we have those. That's all that this does. It's not fancy. So we spawned the damage field, but for my special attack, I want it to spawn the damage fields on, like, just barely under the ground and then shoot them up through the ground and kind of force enemies outward from where our player is. So I want it to act as like a bouncer to bounce back enemies that are close enough to get hit by it. And I also want it to have basically a double impact. So it'll spawn those colliders that pushes them back, like on either side of my character, just under the ground, and then bump it up and push those enemies out. And then it'll have another set right like next to it. So it'll bump up, bump them out, and then the other one will also bump up and bump them out almost immediately thereafter. It should be fluid, so it'll happen like kind of all at once and push them in one nice fluid motion, but hit them twice. And if they're not close enough to get that first hit, like if they're not pressed up against my body, they're still going to get hit by the other outer field and still get pushed back. So it can give the player some room to breathe. But the player's going to be animation locked for it. That's one thing I want specifically, is they're going to be animation locked the whole time. They can't cancel it out. They can't, you know, they can't do anything for that. If they get hit and at any time during it, it's not going to cancel it. That animation is locked. If they want a heavy attack, they're heavy attacking. They're going to do it. It might cost them their life. You got to commit to that heavy. So let's do this this air attack. First things first, we need a branch, because it's not good enough to just be on the ground. We need specifically to be on, or rather, it's not good enough to just not be on the ground. Right? Where's my... That's my ground trace. Choose animation. I'm sorry I'm like scratching at my face and everything so much, but it's so hot here. It is so hot. Like, my apartment, I have explained this multiple times. I can point the camera to my windows and you will see nothing but black, because I've got blackout curtains and I've got blackout panels on the actual glass of my windows. You cannot see out of them. The sun cannot get in here. And it is still, I am still cooked in here. This past week has just been unbearably hot. So what we're looking for here is we want this. We want to be able to break the vector of this velocity, which honestly we don't need this break vec over here. We honestly could just break it over here. It's fine that it did it that way there. It's okay. I'm not too particular about it, but it's all right. So what we want is this. No, we don't want that. We just want to know this. So we want to know whenever our velocity, our z velocity, is less than 0. That's what we want. So we have these. I'm going to copy them and take them out to the event graph. Another explanation, the reason that we're doing our attacks and our attack logic and everything out here in the event graph where it's like huge and taking up so much space instead of taking it and putting it into a function is quite literally because you cannot use delay functions or any kind of time-related features inside of a function of a blueprint. Yeah. That's it. That's all there is. I wish there were more. I wish there were an explanation for it that I could give, but I don't know why, and I haven't been able to find a reason why. I'm just annoyed that that it's a thing, but it's okay. We find workarounds, such as doing everything out here in the event graph and then just commenting it really well and hoping that people understand where things need to bounce around to. So we have this. We can now do what I said and split that struct like that instead of using the break struct pin that we used in the other one. That must have just kind of been an automatic thing that happened as I was kind of flying through. We can get rid of the bad timing notification. We know when and how that pops off. We want to make sure that z velocity is less than 0. Right? So by doing that, we are making sure that our attack won't be something, our air attack won't be something that can be used. We'll do less than or equal to. So if it's used at the apex of the jump, then it's also fine. But I don't want them to be able to trigger the attack as they're going up during a jump. It's going to be something that they trigger when they're coming down. So if their velocity is less than or equal to 0 in the z direction, which is just going down and or at the apex of their jump, even though we set it to 0, this kind of checks to make sure that we're not also doing an air attack when we're grounded. So if we have to first not be grounded in order to be able to try this. So when this is true, we're going to grab these two. I made a reference to our player in control, so that way, even though we can call that relatively easily because the blueprint we're currently in is our player controller, I just wanted something a little more direct rather than making a bunch of circuitous jump arounds like get player controller or get controlled pawn, get character, get this, get that. And just, I'm going to drag in the player in control, and then we can grab everything from there. So from that player in control, we're grabbing the sprite, which is technically the flipbook, and we are telling it to first stop the playback of the current flipbook. We set this up. Oh, that's right, frame time. We'll need to set attack. Set air attack. Okay, so what we do for this is... Did I put that in the other ones? I did. Okay, that's how I wound up getting their timing. That's right. So... Copy those over here. That's not a local, is it? It isn't. Okay, cool. So we should be able to come in here and drop those in. Wonderful. Current attack type. We want to make sure that we set that to the air attack. We play from start, so that way it plays the animation from the very beginning. And we also have this here, and we're going to set that to air attack. And the reason we do that is so that way we can do this whole mess of stuff. It's quite literally everything else that needs to go with it anyway. We cannot combo off of this. Period. So that's why we're copying this from the first attack. Because it's basically like the same thing, but our air attack is always going to wind up concluding and clearing out our combo. Alright? So we want to make sure that we plug in this animation for the air attack right there. Because we're grabbing its frame rate, its frames per second, and we're dividing that by 1 to go ahead and get the frame time, so that way we know exactly, we have a reference to the amount of time between an individual frame for this animation. We do this for all of our attacks, so that way we can set our delays equal to the frame rate for the animation we're currently in, and that way we can change our frame rate per animation if need be, and tailor things the right way, rather than changing the play rate on the flip book, because that can kind of get crazy. So, in this air attack, we make sure to reset the combo, and it's going to reset at the end of it as well. And we set our frame time, and now we have to actually go into the animation because we're going to look for these specific points. The damage start frame, the damage end frame, and the chain start frame and chain end frame. If you are curious as to what those are, give me a second to find my sprites real quick. This needs to pop out one. There you go. So let's go back into our player, Kunoichi, and find air attack. Where is it? Trap, cast, roll, jump. Oh wait, I have them all preset down here. By the way, this is our special attack. So you can probably see what I was talking about. I want on either side, over here and here, for the damage boxes to come up from under the ground, the way the spikes are coming up, and just have it kind of shoot out and push enemies outward towards the second set of spikes. And those second set of spikes would push people out further. And each set would deal a point of damage. So that's going to be the special attack. But we're trying to work on the air attack right now. So our air attack, let's go ahead and stop the looping animation right now. We want to see where our damage begin and damage end frames are. Where do we want this to start dealing damage? Right there seems like a good start. So we want it to begin on the third frame. That's frame 0 is the first frame. So that's 0, 1, 2. That's going to be our third frame that we start at, index 2. And then we end the damage window on the 6th index. So for 3 frames, for those 3 frames, 4 frames actually, When am I going to release my game? You mean Portal Pong? That's going to happen after the semester's over. I'm way too busy trying to keep up with work to the point where, like, I'm having to barely turn in C's and very close to D's worth of work. When I'm usually used to turning in A's and being comfortable and confident, I'm taking a hit this semester. And I know it. My GPA is not going to be too happy with me, but my GPA should not suffer so terribly from, one bad semester. It's not necessarily a bad semester, it's just a more difficult semester than I've been used to for a while. It's testing me in my ability to do things within a certain time frame and stay within scope. So we have no chain window for this, I just remembered, so we can actually get rid of the chain start and chain end frames. And our damage frames are... It's not frame 0, 1, it was frame 2 that it started, and frame 6 that it ended. So for a total of those 4 frames, that's when our damage box will spawn. At the start of the damage window, at frame 2, and then it will go to... that damage field will stay active until the end, right there at frame 6. We'll double check it by turning on our damage field's visual, or rather it should still be on, so we should see it. And we'll know when it's actually spawned in. But for right now, let's go to the event graph again. So for Portal Pong, I will release a demo for that after the semester's over, and what I want to do with it ultimately before I get it to, Steam is first I need to get myself set up on Steam. And by that, I mean I need to create a specific type of account or give my account access to, the creator features, and that requires me to turn in a bunch of legal documentation and like tax forms and stuff like that. So I need to gather those things up when I have the time. I just don't have the time to go through all of my papers that are strewn all over the place. They're not really strewn all over the place, but I've got various piles of papers everywhere. You shouldn't be in frame. Back up. So, I've looked it up, and once I get my access there, I will have to create basically the store page. I'd appreciate that, Adman. I'd appreciate that a lot. The demo, I'll let everyone know, obviously, when it's out. I'll be sharing that link everywhere as soon as I have that made and available. Because I need to create once I get my account access, I need to create the store page for it, and then I have to submit my project for them to view. And to go ahead, test it, play it out, see that it's alright to put on the store. And meets their criteria, so to speak. And that's what I have to do on the legitimate I need to do this before I release it side, because I can't release it on Steam if I don't have access. But the things that I want to do for it before I go ahead and put it out there is, as we know, it's currently 6 levels, and after that it's kind of done. The credits don't play. Everything else works perfectly. I know the credits don't play, so I'll have to do something with that, and or just get rid of the end credit scene and make it like a little credit note on the title scene, which is totally fine by me. But I wanted to make 2 play modes at the very least. One of them being the normal linear play mode, which is what we currently have, and I wanted to add more levels to that, with a little bit of explanation and build up in there to go ahead and explain what the doors are and why the backgrounds are leading us further and further up into space. And then we have what I want to call the unstable portal mode, or Portal Panic. Because Portal Pong was originally going to be Portal Pong Panic, but then I was like, nah, that makes it seem like it's way more intense than it really is. And then when I started finishing up the development for it, I was like, this is kind of intense, actually. It turns into a bullet hell eventually. So Portal Pong Panic is still kind of accurate. But the features that I created on level 6, I like them so much that I want to make like a whole play mode based off of the unstable portals that I created for level 6, which are these orange tinted portals that if the player tries to use them, it'll injure the player. But if the ball goes through it, then it'll teleport to any other unstable portal in the stage. And I could do a lot with that, because the portal doesn't need to be one of the giant portals. I could also shrink the portal size down and have little portals everywhere, and then have like the sides be the big portals that the player can't use, but the ball will always go through, and then I can put little portals in random little areas and have it spit out from random places. You know, it'd be a fun, interesting way to change up that game, and an interesting way to add variety. If I can go ahead and make that mode be something that is quite literally chaotic, where it will use script to generate a level that has everything in it already, but then it will pick a block configuration. It'll pick a number between 1 and 4 for how many doors are going to be active. It'll pick how many enemy cannons are going to be in the level, if they're going to be stationary, if they're going to be moving to the left or moving to the right. It'll pick what was the other thing that I was just talking about? The portal types. It can pick regular portals, it can pick chaos portals, and if it picks chaos portals, then it can also go ahead and pick which of the random chaos portal locations to activate as well. And if I can get that all into one big juicy system that creates these levels based off of those things and randomizes the backgrounds and the music and just mixes up all those things and gives you a unique level configuration every time, then we have an endless runner in our Portal Pong game, which I wanted to make unlockable, that you play through the linear thing that has like a short amount of levels in there, and then it unlocks the Portal Pong Panic, where you just keep playing and playing and playing and playing and try and get your high score. That is what I would like to have available for like the full release, the Portal Pong Panic mode, but at the very least I need to touch up my regular levels, and I want to have most of the framework for that system completed by the time I release the demo, so that way there's not so much time between demo release and full game release. In fact, I'd like to have it damn near done by the time I jump into looking into putting it on the Steam store, so that way there's so much less stress on me for it that I can just go ahead and push the little updates of the things that were done for it as if they were getting done in real time, while I'm actually actively working on the next project to go ahead and try and put out after. Hopefully. That would be how I want it to work. That's a whole lot of chatter and talking, though. We left off trying to get through this. So we stop our animation, right? And we go up here. Oh, right, because chain window, you stop the animation again, do the thing. Okay, yeah, we're up here. We don't need to add a chain window, we just need the damage window, so we're going to copy those and we're going to bring it down here. We know that we set our frame time equal to the distance of a frame for this animation already, and we did that in our... Oh, wait, I need to call that, don't I? Set air attack. There we go. So we do that to set the air attack up. And then from that, we want to set up our wind-up window, which generally is the time frame where the player would be interruptible. And let me go back to our main scene as well. And Then we delay for a single frame after we have all that set up and we've started the animation inside of set air attack, because it goes in here, play from start, after we've set the current attack type to air attack. And if we go into choose animation, there should be something here. Nope, not there. It's going to be inside of the event graph, isn't it? Ah, there it is. So if our current attack type is any of these, then it'll do the thing, right? We have air attack already set down here, so when we're doing our air attack and our current attack type is equal to air attack, it's automatically going to set our flipbook to the air attack flipbook. That's why we don't worry about that in our script here. So we set the air attack there. We play the animation, and as soon as we tell it to start playing, we're getting that time frame and the frames per second. We do all that. It comes out from there after playing the sound at the location for, I called it missed hit sounds, but it's literally just the air whiff of doing the attack. And then I'm going to have sounds in each character / object that can be damaged for them getting hit. So if they receive damage, it'll be part of their take damage protocol to play the sound of them getting hit, rather than me putting the sounds on the damage field or on the player only and stuff like that. So after we finish setting all that up, it ends here, but then that just kind of spits us out over here and sets our current attack stage to the wind-up window. And then it waits for a frame, and it goes to the damage window. And the damage window opens up right there. Damage window, we set that state so that way it knows that when we're in that damage window, we'll spawn this, which is the damage field, and it will... I might need it to attach itself to the player. We'll test it and see. We'll test it as is and see, but if the damage field spawns and stays where we spawned it in the air, and it doesn't follow our character as we're falling, then I think we'll need to attach it as an owner, as in we'll attach our character as the owner for this and make it move with our movement, hopefully. Damn. Okay, so I also just realized we need to specify a certain something. A couple certain somethings. At the end of our damage window, we're automatically going to run this sequence because we don't have anything else for the air attack to do. There's no combos for it, none of that. So air attack will end, and it will hit conclude the attack stage, not attacking, and then set our attack type to not attacking. It'll set our bool variable to not attacking. You get the point. It'll reset all of that. So we have that. The thing that I noticed is that we actually need to multiply this frame time, because we have gonna multiply by an integer, and that integer is going to be our damage start frame. I just realized our damage start frame doesn't include the 0. So we have to make sure that we add 1 to that and then toss it in there. So theoretically, that should take the time of 1 single frame and multiply it by the amount of frames that we're actually waiting before our damage start window opens. And that's the amount of time we wait before opening the damage window. And then this over here at the very end is what will go ahead and set our end frame information and all that stuff. We don't call chain window when we're doing air attack. We end the whole attack chain, and if they want to do another air attack, they can. So the reason I'm still leaving this as a sequence is because I want to see with a printout of, you know, air attack whenever we actually get to a point where we should be able to air attack. I just realized something else. No, wait, it happens in set air attack is when we set the actual thing. Okay, yep, all of our states should be good. All right. Okay, yeah, it started the thing when we were falling, not when we were rising. But I think I might actually change it. It might feel a little better to not have it be just a falling thing. It also seems to spawn the thing a little late. A little bit. Let's take away that extra 1 on there. Oops. Not that. So maybe it didn't need addition. It's just a slight bit too long before the damage field shows up. Also, we're going to not do this limitation here. We're going to get rid of that. I thought it'd be nice to kind of specify that, but I noticed now that it feels a little too slow and unresponsive if we do it that way. And I actually don't need this here if I'm not going to be chaining. Oh. That animation stops pretty quick. It definitely spawns the thing at the right time, but that animation, it seems like it's stopping itself, doesn't it? It looks like it's playing, and in the middle of it playing, it just decides to... Oh, wow, I just noticed that we dropped a few frames. It's not a crazy amount, 0.2%. All right. Do I have something in here that tells me to stop? No, I don't. See what happens if I take that off. Just out of curiosity. The rest of this looks okay. Set the combo number. We don't have to worry about the chain window number. And as far as I know, as far as I recall, what is this? The base enemy? Hell out of here, enemy. I should put some more barrels out, huh? This one's already there. I don't know why I'm looking for him to drop more. This one over here. That one over here. And why not? Let's drag this one up. And we'll pull this over here. Push it back, drop down. Cool. And then I'll need to figure out which part of this is actually the... Oh, I see it. I see the thing. I see the thing, I tell you. Okay, so if we take this into our right view, which is technically the front view, let's go ahead and look at this, shall we? That sprite looks a little low. It also looks off-center. What madness. Madness. So let's go ahead and fix that. Because I'm fairly certain that this is kind of more like how I had it, and I don't know why it's not like that now. Which is why I was so shocked when I saw it, when I was standing on it, and it looked like ass. I was like, huh. Ew. Now let's take a look at it from the front. It is a little long. A little lengthy. So these both have the same Y scale. So let's do this and set this to 1.75 on the Y scale there. And then take a look at this from perspective. I think I can accept that for now. But we'll see. Yes, that kind of feels better. I do want to make the physical part of the box kind of resemble more like what might be there, or even just fake there, just because of the way the perspective is. Or I'll have to raise the camera angle just a little bit. But hey, and then we can... Oh, I missed. Nice. Get up here. Also, we do see that the damage field stays in the air where it's spawned, so let's see what we can do about trying to get that to follow our player. Because we don't want it to... It doesn't need to follow our player when we're on the ground, because I've made it so that way our player cannot move and attack at the same time. If you're moving and you hit the attack, you're stopping. It's an immediate stop, it's 0 velocity, and then it prevents you from moving until your attack is complete again. While you are in any state any attack stage besides not attacking or concluding attack, you cannot move. That is how that works. So that's why we made sure that we're very careful with our checks and toggling our states on and off, because if we miss that, then we're gonna break ourselves, so to speak. So the animation looked like it lasted a little bit longer, which is what we were after, but it still wasn't quite there. This is 8 frames, and I have it set at 1 frame per second. Because it is it's 9 frames, playing at 8 frames per second. Whoopsies! Huh. I wonder... It's even faster. Set it to 4.5. And save it. Much slower on the wind up and everything. Every part of that was just not okay. We'll set it to 9 because there are 9 frames in this element. but I just need it to stop cutting itself short. So what are you doing to cut your... Oh! Got it. I've got it. I've got it. So, basically what's happening is that currently it is looking at... It looks at this delay. It does the damage window. The damage window does its thing over here where it sets the lifespan and the frame time of this. Oh, because it only plugs in that frame time there. Ah. Whoops. But what if? What if that? Nope, that would mess up all the other ones. Okay. Here is what I'm going to do. We're not going to call damage window for our thing here. We're going to copy damage window over here and do like a custom thing for it. Oh, you're not going to let me. You're doing the thing where you're... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I got you. Fuck. Yeah, you're still not letting me do it. I hate you. Alright. Basically, in about 20 minutes, this will let me delete it. For some reason, Unreal 5's got this thing where it's just wanting to be difficult, and if you want to delete something, or do like any kind of semi-permanent action, it's just going to make you wait until it realizes that you can have the permissions to do that. So, we'll wait. Meantime, we're going to copy all of this. We're going to deselect that. We're going to take that copy. You're really going to be this level of a problem. Okay. Copy. Oh my god. It's not even letting me type in a comment. I gotta restart. This is so dumb. Ugh. Love when a plan comes together. You're in the game studio class? Awesome! I had to give it up this semester for the evolution of horror class. Just because I have such a vested interest in horror, I wanted to take a look at how it's been done throughout history with a little more structure than just studying on my own. Because I always get distracted, so structure kind of important for me when it comes to trying to learn things, in case that wasn't obvious. So there's that little bit, but I love the game studio class. You're trying to make a 2D beat-em-up game, and basically they show videos of the hardest class possible, combat class, so in a sense I'm taking combat class without even taking it. Yeah, no, that tracks. Everything I've heard about this combat design class has been kind of crazy, and so far it's been following what I expected. And I guess I either prepared enough for it, or I just have a mind for the meticulousness of combat. Not to, you know, have a former career experience lead the way, but more of a meticulousness of I want things to look, feel, and act right. So it kind of can contribute to how... There we go. It can kind of contribute to how I work when I'm that kind of specific about how I want things to be. All right, we plug that in there. I can get rid of this. That isn't a needed aspect. But if we take this down here, we also need to we're gonna make a parent thing here. We have to remember to do that. This specific one would need to be parented because we need it to follow the elevation of our character. I'm sorry if I stopped in the middle of a sentence and never picked it back up again. I tend to do that. It's not intentional. Sometimes I just kind of get lost in the flow. Sorry, my phone has a lot of notifications right now, and I want to make sure that none of them are some of the people that I've been kind of keeping tabs on, making sure that they're okay. Had a few people have some really bad times lately. Okay, no, we're good. All right. So we've got this set up now, and the one thing I changed to make this different from the other one here is that I've made it not lead into a chain window, and I've also made it set the delay. Oh shit. I'm gonna need to scoot these. Actually, it needs to wait a frame, set the lifespan, and then do another delay. I got you, motherfucker. That's what it is. Set lifespan, and then we'll add a delay here. And we'll go ahead and slot in that longer delay duration, which is the remainder of the time for the damage window. There we go. Let's see how that goes after we do a little something else. We're going to take these and bring them down here. We'll move this over here. Yep, all of you, go ahead. There you go. And this can kind of get scooted right there. That gets booted there. And there it is. Set the parent to this bind. Oh, that's a movie thing. Damn it. Get parent actor. Ah. Attach actor to actor. Attaches the root component of this actor to the supplied actor, optionally at a named socket. Yes. Alright, so we're going to attach actor to actor. Oh, wow. It's a bigger node than I thought it was going to be. So, bring this up here and this up here. We'll bring this over again. And we'll scoot all of that over like that. There you go. And I want the parent actor to be player character. We don't have a socket on the character, so it'll just be at the root location. Translation while attached is going to be keep relative. The rotation is going to be keep world. And we will keep world. See how this goes. All right, regular attack working. We're gonna pause so that way we can kind of possibly hear. Oh boy. That location. Totally nuts, bro. It's attaching it and doing stuff with it in weird ways. All right, let's see what happens if we skip over that part. Make sure that it's actually kind of normal. All right, yeah. Everything else is fine with it. I just attached it wrong. For sure attached it wrong. We're not welding the bodies. Let's keep world across the whole thing. And let's hope. Aha! Of course. I didn't plug it back in. Let's go ahead and try that again. There it is. All right, I just need to have it move up a little bit. Or I can have it attached to the correct component on the player. Where does the other one spawn for our attacks from this? Those spawn at basically just that location. Okay, plus... Right. And I set it to right. But what if? Let's set the music back on. All right, now let's see if I attach actor to component. Scene component object reference, and this is the target actor. Okay, so if this is our target actor, and we look for, let's get player in control instead. Let's go ahead and get a specific component from this. We'll say variables, but we're going to look under default? No, those are my default other things. My bad. Root component, nope. 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 Which other thing did we need? What's on our player? Open up the Konoichi. Okay, so I do have a damage trigger on there. Player damage trigger. Hello? Viewport? I know that I usually have a viewport window open for this engine, I swear to God. Okay. Player. Physical damage sprite. Right, okay, so I don't actually have the location thing for it exactly. Don't have any specific socket for it to attach to either. So how best to do this one? Well, if we bring it up a bit. Or I do a non-collidable sphere collision. Call it the ref spot instead of a rough spot. Give it no collision. And God. Viewport. Why did that suddenly close up on all of my things? I don't get it. So, viewport. Close the construction script. I don't need that. And now I don't even remember what the hell I was looking for. Wait, I'm in the breakable object. I don't need a ref spot on my breakable object. God damn it. My player. Viewport add sphere. And we call this ref spot. Set it to no collision. The player can walk on it, no gravity. And we're going to set its radius to 5. It's going to be a tiny little guy. And we set it up here and here. Actually, we can get the exact spot that we need to set this to if I look at this. We're going to copy that, and we're going to paste that under here. There you go. That is the spot that we want it to go ahead and try and spawn itself at, hopefully. Its elevation is not quite right, so we're just going to kind of bring it up a little bit. And we're going to see if that can work as our method here. Let me go back in here and set, we're going to get ref spot. We'll make that the parent component. We're going to get rid of the attach act. Maybe not get rid. We're going to detach it, set it off to the side here. Put this one up here, and just keep this one kind of down here, just in case. And we're going to make sure that we copy the world rules. Yeah. World rules are what we are keeping versus relative rules. Plug it in, plug it in. And it's still kind of spawning right where we are, huh? Attach actor to component. There is no socket name. We're not welding the bodies. Let's make sure that we get rid of that. It's still kind of like attaching to our, to like the core of our player. If I knew how to make like a little custom socket on the character, I would do that, honestly. But I don't know how. And this does not seem to be the thing. Having issues. Big issue. Just trying to get this to work the way I want it to. definitely the parent that it's attaching to, but I don't think that it's just not getting it right. Snap transform to target. I don't know. Maybe it'll be good enough. I just gotta make sure that it's not like something that's going to hit the very top of those blades and then not register that it did, you know? Because right now it's kind of spawning it at the right spot, but our animation actually just kind of goes over where it's supposed to be at. The best that we can get for right now. I'll try and get further guidance on it, see if we can make that look a little cleaner. But I do think that we need to speed up the frame rate for it now that we figured out exactly what was causing it to kind of skip through the rest of the animation once it created its damage field. So we can go in here and we can probably set that back up to 15 and see how that looks in junction with everything else. Oh yeah, that looks smoother now. Good snappy motion, fluid. Everything else seems pretty decent. I don't think I have sprint enabled on this, so I don't have an actual run. We've only used the 2-hit combo. Oh, let's get a 3-hit. There's the 3-hit combo. I need to make sure that that our barrels do touch the ground, because that just looks bad. I'm gonna look into making a drop shadow for our character as well. That'll be something that I work on probably. Actually, I think I can toss it onto our ground check, now that I think about it. Why not? Why shouldn't I? Let's make... Should it be a plane? Perchance. We don't want it on the ref spot. Stop that. No. I don't think the plane would work here. Yeah, it's not gonna work there. Trying to find something that would work as... But it's not going to, is it? So it looks like we're gonna try and do it this way. And we're going to do this where we set this to 0.01. Add another 0 onto that. Make it truly, truly terrifyingly flat. And then we want to... I'd say we'll set this to 0.5, 0.5. We look above our character. Let's actually set it to the top. Let's say 0.4. 0.4 is good. We'll set this to the translucent shadow base. And let's go ahead and make sure that that is on the ground. And by ground, I mean we want it there. So to start with, I'm gonna have this set to no collision. First, no collision, then we go to custom. For ground trace, it'll be overlap. Overlap. Oh, object responses. We had set it to no collision. Why did it have a block for all of those? Oh wait, like, duh. Responses to ray traces, right? Let's go ahead and change the name of this to Shadow. And potentially here we want to... I think I want to ignore pretty much everything. Except for the world static in the ground. And we're going to go into the... Oh, it's in the player controller that I have the thingy, huh? Yeah, it's in there. Ground trace. Alright, that checks a very, very specific location. We'll have to do a line trace from our center down. Yeah, we can add this in here. So, line trace for objects, or line trace by channel. Trace channel ground trace. We'll set a single line debug so that way we can see the line as it drops down. Ignore self. This is going to be We're going to copy that and we're going to promote variable and call this shadow shadow base because that's where it starts off at when it's right on our character. We'll also get the scale. Set that as the shadow scale base, and we'll also set that as a vector. Compile it and paste those values in there. So we know that this is the size of that shadow block when it's at its regular size. So we want to line trace starting from this thing's starting location. Actually, we want to crap. I need to drop something else there. Damage. Field. Let's duplicate that and call it ref spot. Feet. And we'll set the location to, what is it? First 0 for that. What, neg 88? Yeah, that's what I thought. Negative 88. Alright. Jesus, slow down the camera. Okay, we have our super flat circular shadow thing right there. It's at neg 88. This is now our ref spot. So we can use that ref spot. The reason we don't want to use the shadow as a ref spot itself put ref spot and starting. So instead of the start being there, we're going to get actor location. And then we're going to add the values of this reference and make that start point. And then we're going to take whatever this start point is, and we're going to say shit, what's the size, the pixel size of the screen? We're just gonna we're going to try and take it down by the size of our screen height resolution. Trying to big brain that. I'm not sure if that will actually be big brained as I think it is, but I'm trying. Now, the reason that I chose that is because since we set it to subtract from the Z value, the same way that this adding the foot reference, which literally just equates to -88 on the Z-axis, what that does is adding a negative number to a positive number, which is the same as subtracting. So we're subtracting 88 from our actor location to get our actual shadow start location, where the line trace starts. And then we're telling it to go one whole screen length, one screen height length down, and look. And if it hits something within that distance, to return true. At least hit something that is in the ground trace channel, which should be boxes and what do you call it? It'll be like boxes, the floor, etc. We can also say that set relative scale 3D This should be a timeline, actually. I'm gonna put a comment to change in relation to distance of line trace. And then we go on to set location to floor contact point. There we go. Pseudocode, very important even in Blueprint. That's how you keep track of things when you're getting jumbled up. So we set relative scale. We want to go ahead and also yeah, we'll say set world location. I hope. We're also going to make it teleport to that location. No sweeps. And okay. What we do here to get that information, by the way, is we split the struct for our line trace. And now we've got all of this, which can be a little, it can be a little much, it can be a little excessive. But what we want is to out that hit location. And we can go ahead and set that location there, I believe. Right? Because that should be the world location of the hit. Now let's see what happens if I create a timeline and say, for instance, we would hit play from there. That's the hit time. The distance. Timeline direction. Huh. So we're going to click into this and we're going to say, what specifically was this for? This was for shadows. So it should really only be a 0 to 1. We're going to name this shadow scale. We're going to set that length to a 1. We're going to add the track for a float. And we're going to add a keyframe at 0, 0. And then at 1, we're going to go up to 1. It's a basic linear interpolation of a float. It'll step itself up. It'll be a good time. We don't have to worry about replication, looping, anything like that. And don't want to ignore time dilation. So this very simply should go ahead and take a value and slide it between off and on, essentially. I didn't name that track, huh? So we go in and we hit play. The new time, I don't think the time is the thing that I want to plug in there. I think we go to play. Or. We want to get the distance in particular. This one's rough, because I'm trying to figure this out, and I've tried looking this up ahead of time so that way I'm not struggling and floundering on stream, because there's nothing I hate more than failing while being recorded and being able to look back on my failure, knowing that others can also look back on my failure. It's not a comforting feeling for me. But I endure. What I'm trying to do... See, the whole new time thing, I want to plug in that one value into new time, because that's the only way I can see to make it like plug in here, but it doesn't make sense to me that way, because I feel like that would change the length of this. I feel like it would slot in new time right there, which is not what I want. I'm not very experienced with timelines. I'm just going to toss that out there. Timeline is what a lot of people use, like just by default, it's what they've known. but I've never really been good with animation, so I either tend to skip animation or do really simple shit that I can control through code, and then ignore animators and timelines and all that stuff. Unfortunately, that's not going to work in this case. Because I don't really know another way to make this thing constantly adjust itself properly. So would the time like be the distance? No. Hang on. I am definitely actually going to pull up a research window and see if we can't try and find it one last time. Let's see. First, we type Unreal to make sure that it picks the engine. Next, I want to go ahead and do change relative. Well, let me not be too specific about the types of individual movements, because then it will just give me a whole mess of things I don't really need. So let's say change scale with timeline based on distance. That was the second hit, actually. The second choice that popped up was based on distance, so I'm hoping timeline-based moving platform. Distance to object changes speed of timeline. There's a scale of furthest proximity to the object, the slowest speed to the... how to change the length of the time? Nope. How to scale actor continuously based on distance. Hang on, I want to take a look at... okay, yeah, this dude's image does not actually load up properly. Does it? Nope. No, it doesn't. Dude, you suck. Set scale on tick. Nope. Distance less than near set scale. Okay. Nope. No one was able to help that guy. That's unfortunate. How to decrease size of distance. Nope. Nope. Widget scaling it. Nope. Those are widgets. Not what I need. Distance fields. Nope. That's ambient occlusion and camera related things. Oh boy. That's a half-hour video explaining lerps and timeline interpolations. I might actually watch that. Not today. Not now. Easy animations. A timeline tutorial. Half-hour long. Another one. Guys, if your tutorial needs a half hour to explain, regardless of how well you explain it, I wouldn't consider that like an easy tutorial. That's because timeline is not an easy thing. These things are not generally easy concepts to understand. It's easy to use them initially, but if you break something while following it and you don't understand how to fix it, it's not really teaching you how to do it. So it's just showing you the easy way to do it if you knew what you were doing, and they walk you through how to do it so it seems like you know what you're doing, and then afterwards you're SOL. And now we're starting to go up to best resorts in the world. Well, what the fuck does that have to do with this? None of my things hit any of... Oh my god, it's because of the word scale. Because of the word scale is in there. They said, Sonoma's first large-scale luxury resort. Oh my god, these... Advertising is killing people. Just, period. I'm gonna stick to that. Oh my god. Alright. Timeline-based moving, all of those are very long. Change dislike greatly. Those are different things. This isn't going to help me. It's such pain. Let's see what happens if I plug in the distance. It still doesn't feel right. Like, I'm dead serious. It just doesn't feel right in my body trying to do it this way. The timeline just does not, like, fit my brain. I'm upset about it because I know that that's the easy, quote-unquote, easy way to do it, and my brain does not want to be an average person's brain and understand a concept. Jesus Christ. And then everything that everyone uses timeline for is either making doors open and close or making platforms move. or like looping an animation for running and walking. Instead of using the other like animator stuff that can be available, that they timeline it. I can't stand using timeline though, so now I'm gonna be SOL here. And also I kind of didn't keep up with timeline when we moved on to Unreal 5, because when the Unreal 5 change happened, timeline was actually broken. It was broken for me in like 90% of the projects I tried. It would let me do like one animation, and then every other animation after that would not play at all, period. It just would possess the camera and then never play. Throwing something out. My God. Water. Cold, cold water. Alright, we're gonna try and do this as best we can. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to go into here, and we're gonna see just how high this is. That's at 879, this is at 155. What's 0? Can this perchance show me what 0 is? Where is 0? 0 is down there. Okay. So then, to be on the ground by the value that this little sphere here would be representing, we would be considered at 168.7654. Let's look for when that green tip disappears. All right, so right there, 167. That's about 167.5. So 167.5 minus approximately 712.5 distance. So we can say 710. 710. A little nutty. Say 700 is the highest. So at a distance of 700, I would want let's create a max distance variable. max shadow distance. Make that into a float. Move it up here. Compile. Set that to 700. I'm just now thinking, now that I have this distance variable, what if I tried to timeline it and set that distance variable as the new time? Goddamn idiot. Can't stand when my brain keeps on not wanting to let go of a concept. What does this want to save? Fine. If the distance here is... Oh wait, we already added that, okay. The distance here is less than equal to 100. We will set scale. Get rid of the relative scale thing. It's going to have to be set the real scale. Let's see. Get world scale? No. Set world scale. We're going to set world scale 3D. And we set this to the starting scale amount. And if not, we'll do a compare float and see if our input compared with, let's see, what value do we want? For this tier, I think half. Say half the shadow distance. Divide that by 2. Messed that up, my bad. Order of operations and stuff. So if our distance is not less than or equal to 100, then we're going to jump down to the next set here. The world location should always wind up being wherever that hit is for the line trace, because our shadow will only ever be where the floor is. If we're in the air, our shadow just hides, I guess. So I'm going to make it say anything after the max distance is going to be, you know, not something that we fuck with. We'll just hide the shadow at that point. So if it's less than half the shadow distance, it's already going to be greater than 100, so less than half the shadow distance, which is set at 700. So it would be less than 350, but greater than 100. I'd say we want to set that scale set world scale to Let's cut that in half. I'm just gonna keep on cutting it in half. I cut it in half. Prop that down there, and we're gonna change this to a integer. We divide by 2, we plug that in there and hope that it works at this point. If it's equal to the halfway point, it's kind of the same deal. But I think the best bet is that anything greater we're going to take this and make another branch. We don't do anything for the equal because it's going to be kind of the same friggin' deal here. We'll talk it on there, so that way if it's equal to half the distance, it can do up to half the scale. And then over here, we want to say if our distance is greater than or equal to our max, I'm going to get rid of that, actually. We're going to do another compare here. So if we're greater than half the max shadow distance, we want to make sure where we are relative to our full shadow distance. So if it's greater than or equal to the max shadow distance, we want to set hidden the shadow. Very good. So greater than or equal to, we set hidden. But if it's less than, we want to make sure that this is shown. I'm going to have to wind up setting this up in a few spots. Actually, I think right here is probably the best spot. We set it to shown. I'm fucking up. I don't know why I derped and put it before the branch. Move these over. Give me breathing room. God damn. Why do I do that to myself? Okay. So, we make sure that those are not hidden. That this shadow is not hidden whenever our distance is less than or equal to 100. It's the same thing for over here as well. And we toss this on there as well for all of these. Actually, and it doesn't matter for when it's hidden. Set rolled location, we'll set that to the out hit location with the target of shadow, and teleport is active. Want to make sure that we toss that on here as well. Making sure that we get that location. If the hit location isn't the one that works, then we'll look for the hit impact point. We'll find where it's supposed to be. And that works for all of those. One can hope. I feel like I should turn this into a float. Okay. So all of this is quite literally just to try and get the shadow to do the thing. And we're going to plug that into event tick. So we're going to update this every frame. You don't have a target. It's very good to know. How about now? Wonderful. Oh. I kind of see our shadow there, but it's also really kind of extra tiny. Let's take a look at our viewport. Oh, that is kind of the size of it, huh? Let's see what we can do about setting that to maybe 0.65, 0.65. Actually, 0.5 for that, 0.4 for that. We'll set this to 0.75. Alright, I want to get this new scale. So let's copy that scale. And we're going to... Wait a minute. That was wrong. That was the wrong thing. Ref feet spot? Nope. Shadowed. There you go. Yeah. That's what we wanted. Because now we're going to change that starting scale value over here. Paste that there. And we're going to have to jumble this a little bit. By that I mean we're going to split this struct. And we're going to make sure that we plug in the values accordingly. So we plug these in, the X and Y values, because the Z value should still remain at 0.001. Right? Yes. So if that's going to constantly be at 0.001, we want to make sure I almost want to like make sure that we add just the tiniest like 0.1 to the Z, so that way it's slightly above the floor, but I want to see what it does on its own first. Now that we've got that scaling there, and the scale would be a new scale regular size from that point. So I guess this is where we see if it needs to be world scale or regular, but you can already see that the shadow is following us on the floor decently enough. But then it kind of vanishes as soon as we jump. I need to know where it's going to. So what we're going to do is we're going to set we're going to toggle a breakpoint right here. We're going to save. We're going to hit play. Nice, it knew automatically to take me there. So this is interesting because this is saying that automatically our out distance is already less than or equal to, or rather it's greater than the value of 100. And we just started. We're not... Where's the rest of... Okay, now it seems to be understanding, but let's see what happens when we jump. That jump was instantaneous. Instantaneously was like, yeah, no, you're no longer in that area, that space. Okay, so it automatically, by jumping, it just immediately said that our distance there was ridiculously crazy. Okay, so here's what we can do now. We disconnect that, right? Plug that in, we do that, but instead, I'm gonna copy this and bring it down. Now, instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna create a print string. And we're going to out hit distance to string. And we're going to print. We'll keep it on the screen for 3 seconds. We'll make the text color this orange so I can probably see that a little better based on the fact that we've got already several shades of blue in the background. Okay. Now we're going to see exactly what our distances are. So first off, our baseline is already at 90.15002, and then we jump. That's why it was saying that we were already higher than what you call it, than 100 as soon as we tap the button, because just tapping the button brings us up to 200 something, 300. I can go up to 400, and we don't want it to vanish at 400. But see, this right here is basically saying... Wait, I'm seeing 2 different detections. Oh, right, one is the actual, like, my ground box detection, and the other one is doing the same kind of sweep, but it's not a box sweep at the bottom of my feet. Oh, I saw my shadow actually stick to me. You see that? That thing is planted to the bottom of my feet. Okay. In which case... Actually, that's expected, currently. We can turn off that toggle. Get rid of that breakpoint. So, our distance is there, but I think, oh yeah, because we've attached the shadow to our character there, it's just gonna keep doing that. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Dun-dun-dun-dun. See what the constraints are. We're going to lock its Y. Actually, no. We locked the rotation for sure. Impulse on damage, not something I care about. Smooth edge collisions. Actually, I'll turn that off. Keep that off. I don't think I need it to cast a shadow, because it is going to be a shadow. So... we know what that distance is. I think the next thing I want to test is to set actor location. Not actor. Let's see. That's AI. Add force. Not what we're looking for. Add relative location. For shadow. Okay. We can do that, I guess. Let's just try it with that, on its own. We'll do teleport. Already messed up. That shadow is gone. I don't know where that shadow did go. Oh! Everything was gone. Oh my god. So much happened. What were you looking for? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Access, none, trying to read, get, movement, error, compare. Oh, was it like, did it happen as soon as I fell off? It feels like this was printing out for like a bit longer than that, but probably not because it would have shown up, right? Let's see what happens if I don't jump off the edge. And then just exit, and alright, we don't have any errors. Alright, cool, so that's fine. It was only because we threw ourselves off, and I probably set this up to unalive if certain things happened. So... Damn, what was I doing? Right. I would need to wind up pausing this after a jump or something. What? Where is that location? If they are there, where'mst the hell? Also, I don't know where the viewport opened up for that either. That was at like negative 1,000 something. Which would be... It was definitely like gone. So maybe not relative. Oh, I put add relative. Let me put set relative and see how that goes. Oh, almost. Look at that. You see that? It decided it wanted to stick itself right there. That's cute. It's kind of doing what I wanted to, but not exactly. So... let's try the impact point. That's not quite there either, although it almost looks more reasonable. So let's get rid of relative location. And let's try world location. We'll start with the hit location. And that looks like it's it. That's it. Our shadow is now actively following our player. I think I'm going to set it to every time the distance goes 200, every 200 added onto the distance is going to be a cut in the size of the shadow. Also, I want to see and make sure that... Alright, so around 600 is actually where we fully will, like, lose sight of it. Yeah, 600 is losing sight. So let's set max shadow distance from 700 to 600. Okay. So we know that set world location to shadow now works based off this line trace. And we know that whenever our character is going to be... whenever the shadow is greater than 200... I'm gonna have a few of these. So input is gonna be the distance. Compare with 100. If it is less than or equal to 100, then this is going to be at the end of all of them. It's less than or equal to 100. It should just go immediately to that. After setting the scale. That's what I wanted to do. Bring it over here. Scale. Not what I wanted. Scale. Set relative scale 3D or set world scale? We'll find out. So, starting scale, we'll set that one here as the less than or equal to value for this. And next is going to be the greater than, correct? Greater than that value is going to bring us down further. To the next exec, where the input's going to be the same, but we're going to compare it with 200. Negative. Branch, if this is greater than 100, greater than 100, and less than 200, then we're going to take that scale and we're going to cut it. We'll cut it in half. No, we'll cut it in third. Third or fourth? Cut it into fourth. So we'll multiply it by we need to turn this into a double precision float and do this by 0.25. And then we split this. Because we know we don't want to undo the actual Z for that. So we make sure that we set that Z value to 0.001, even though we could drag it, like split it off from here and do that, but I'm not about to. Then we'll take the newly calculated stuff here. And hopefully This is what would happen if it were true. And if it's false, then we want to say for each loop, is it for loop, or do we want a while? While distance is greater than 200, then we're going to take the shadow starting scale. And this time we'll just make it 0.75. We'll make it 0.25 over here. So I basically swapped it up, so the up on top, we would set our relative scale to 75% of the regular scale. And down here, if we're greater than 200, we're going to set it to 25% of its regular scale. Shadow. Set these. Let the loop body happen. And whenever we are complete and less than that, it would wind up changing, right? Based off all the other factors. We crashed. Infinite loop. Yeah, that tends to happen whenever we try and do a while loop on tick. So never do that. Damn it. So we don't even need to put a branch going in here. We can use this and say that when this is true, we'll call that open. When it's false, we'll call that closed. And the exit will be this. Will that work? Will you work better for me than the previous? Let us see. It looks like it kind of did. Only problem is that the height is now not adjusting properly. Yeah, you see how it's sticking with us? After a certain distance, it stops going down to the set world location. Why is it doing that? What are you looking at? Both of those would lead there. This one would still lead there. This one would still lead there. All of these should lead to this. Okay. It wants to be a little confusing. It is allowed to do that. But not forever. So here's what we do. We have all these here, correct? We'll take all of it. And we'll eat a potato chip. Death Note reference. Sequence. We do all of that first for scaling, and then the next thing we do after we get our scaling right, we jump down here to set our world location equal to wherever the hell that hit happened. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's try it. Yeah, looks like it's staying on the ground a little bit better. Nice. I can tell the size change too, because when I do jump at the height of it, it does look like actually not even at the height of it. As soon as we get up a little bit off the ground, it shrinks by that. It takes off like 25% of it, so it just trims it off both sides. It's nice. It's working. We now have a functioning moving shadow for our player. So our platforming will be infinitely easier from that point on, because now we have a shadow that will go ahead and tell our player where the hell they are. Following shadow complete. Close that out. We did our lovely little thing. Definitely spawned it at a location, and then when it attaches it, it moves the location. It's so annoying. Anyway. I think the only other things we'd have here is, we can get rid of that. We know the air attack works, so I can jump down and skip over the sequence. And we'll do that, just for posterity's sake. Tidying things up. Yeah. That should be fine on its own right there. Nice. I can actually scoot this over a little bit more. Nice. And you, my sweet little dot, should go up here. We've got it all figured out, all sorted. There's another unique game called Knuckle Sandwich. There's a mix of Earthbound and WarioWare mechanics and aesthetic. I love the fusion ideas. I really do. I want to see more of it. I want to experience more of it. I've actually gotten into some pretty heated debates that result in, you know, people not talking to me anymore about certain things. Based off of, you know, our beliefs on mixing cultural ideas, mixing different career paths, different career fields, different scientific and artistic fields. Because people are like, man, stay in your lane, or don't dip into things you don't understand or anything like that. And it's like, okay, so what if I either A, want to understand it, or B, I do understand it, you're making assumptions, and I want to understand it in a new way, possibly reach new understanding that others haven't reached yet. I think that's all possible by, you know, the actual voluntary mix of culture. And let me go down with the camera here, or else it's going to look really suggestive. Okay. So, by the way, I got a new chair. We don't have the white chair anymore. This is a black executive-looking chair. I know it's got all my little jackets and stuff on it that it doesn't need, but I still haven't even folded laundry. It's sitting at the foot of my bed. So, I'm definitely not hanging this stuff up yet. We have successfully created jump attacks, combo attack. I could try and do the special attack, the heavy attack. But I think now would be a good time for me to swap over to the other project, because we spent a good amount of time on this already. We're already 3 hours in. I've probably got another hour, maybe hour and a half in me before I am going to want to very quickly and suddenly step away so that way I can eat like a ravenous, starving monster. So once again, let's just go ahead and look over what we've got. We're going to pause. Actually, I'm going to go in and turn on the blueprint music again, so that way we just have that playing instead of just silence and naught else but silence. Okay. All right. Nope, no hit. I want to make sure that we don't accidentally wind up causing a hit from being up here. Nice. Cool. I noticed when I was turned around that it kind of like hit it anyway, so I was like, wait a minute. That can't be happening. But it was just like a delayed thing in the frame rate, I guess. Yes, I can actually tell when I'm on the platform now. Thank God for Shadow. Still need to rotate that down a little bit. But we have jumps, regular attacks, combos, and like good animations for all those. So let me turn off one of the things. The one thing I want to turn off is the shadow. And by turn off, I don't mean actually turn off the shadow that we just went through all the trouble of doing. I meant turn off the debug for it. So we're going to turn off that debug frame for that. We're probably going to do that the same for the ground trace over here. We're going to turn off that debug frame now that we've fixed that. And that's not turning off the debugs themselves. Like, it's not turning off the line traces or the box trace or any of the traces. None of that's getting turned off. It's just getting adjusted. So now we don't have to see the box underneath our feet, and we don't have to see the line leading to the shadow. We just know that things are happening. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Uh-oh. You see that? See what happened when we attack? Okay, I thought I saw something else. My bad. I thought it was spawning the shadow for the hitbox, but it wasn't. Okay, we'll need to create some non-breakables, so those will probably be like some metal boxes or something. And those can be used for some sort of platforming, but we'll have these breakables as things that we can spread out. And we can also go ahead and put an interface on those that makes it possible to either an interface or a component, because you can also make components that you can actually put blocks of code into. And you can make it so that way anything with the component can spawn an object when it dies. So that way you can start spawning a loot system. But that's it for the Unreal Engine side of things. This has been further developing the character, the combat design character for Unreal Engine's Night Terrors, something that I've been working on. And now we can jump into the Unity Hub. After enjoying this frickin' parrot, look at that. Who's that? Who's that? Alright. This is opening up. We're going to swap over to the, let's see, we have Unity dev scene, and I can go ahead and scoot this over. Ha ha ha. This is our Discord, the Snow's Hunting Ground. Alright, cool. So, on our left here, we have the scene view. In the center, we have the game view, which I'm honestly going to slap together with the scene view now because now it doesn't rightly matter. I'm going to compress those just a little bit, not too much. Bring this back out just a little bit. And now we can go ahead and kind of take a look at what we had accomplished after opening up a script. We want to at least have one script open in Visual Studio to go ahead and fill this window. There we go. Oh, damn it. Okay. We did a lot for this. We shouldn't have done a lot for this. We've done a lot for it already. I think I wind up doing more for something when I'm scripting it by hand and Unity than when I'm blueprinting it in Unreal. It's a little unreal. So, currently, if we hit play, I need to change the something. One moment. Need to go to the audio master here, go to game audio, and set that to definitely not OneNote, and definitely not the Unity Hub. You don't know what I'm doing here anymore, do you? Oh, you kind of do. There we go. So, our character is just going to be facing the right direction the entire time. We haven't put any borders or boundaries yet, so we can obviously fly off into nothing. And what I want is to have the enemies flying in from the right, or we'll be able to like move to the right and it will move with us. I still have to figure out how I want to do the camera thing. So we'll worry about camera and movement like that later. What we have set up in a acceptable for me way, because I really shouldn't have gone this hard on trying to get the animations right. But you'll notice that we have our flames there. They're idle. Once I start moving, let me move out of the way first, actually, and let me scale this up. So that way we can see it. So currently this is currently super idle. And by super idle, I mean it's just idle. The engines are idle, the weapons are idle, and our health is full, so the chassis, perfect, right? I already disconnected the ability to deal damage to myself, so we can't see the damaged states of this yet. But whenever we move, you'll notice that the jets of that animation start to flare out a little bit instead of just being that nice little orb that it is right now. Once we're moving, it flares out more. That only happens so long as our velocity is greater than or less than 0. If it's 0 exactly, we're idle. Weapons, if we're not firing, the weapons are idle. If we are firing, it'll do that. And unfortunately, it's not set to keep on firing, but while we're holding the button down, it's considered firing because I still need to figure out how to instantiate it based off of a certain amount of time. So right now, every time you click it, it's going to instantiate, and it's going to make them go at different speeds currently. For some reason, I don't know why, because I don't have a randomizer set for their speed variable. But right now, it's also only shooting out of the left cannon, and it should be swapping between the left and right cannon for their instantiation location. And so, that's where we're at right now. So, let's look over here. This player parts manager script, this is the script that controls everything to do with our animations, like triggers for our animations, and also for swapping our animations and sprites based on upgrades or power-ups that can be attained. We have the power-up pickup script over here, which currently will automatically set itself up, or we have to preset it depending on where we want these things introduced. But if it's already set to random power pickup, it's going to automatically randomize as soon as the game starts. It'll randomize the type of power up between a weapon power up, engine power up, or a ship repair kit. And if it's a weapon or an engine power up, it will also automatically determine the type of weapon and the type of engine. And it should never be one of the basic types either. So it should be like the big blaster, the rocket launcher, or the zapper for weapons, and it should be any of the, you know, more advanced movement engines for the other one. But the one game that I want to make on the side is a horror survival game where the horror comes inside your body to make it psychological horror, where you have to find ways to get the... Your sentences are incomplete there. There's like 3 incomplete sentences jammed in together on that one. But I also ultimately would like to make a horror game as well. That is one of my big goals. I actually want to make an asymmetrical horror game that will hopefully, fingers crossed, let me put the music back on, that will hopefully cause people to move away from Dead by Daylight and hopefully get the licensed characters to move away from Dead by Daylight and to come to me, so that way I can take care of the horror icons that I was raised with and have them not look like little bitches that get embarrassed by a handful of teen survivors and planks of wood. It is so upsetting. And I know that it feels like a dumb reason to you know, want to redo a whole game genre or game idea, but I just feel like they messed up their core game loop. They messed up their interaction design philosophy. And when the team got swapped down and no one from the original team was left, no one knows how to fix the problem anymore because they don't know how to identify the problem anymore. It's a big pain in the ass. Turn off the studio mode there. So we know what we have to do. There's an endpoint here of this slow rotating planet. That'll be the goal spot. We're not going to be able to get there just yet because we're not doing any movement towards it. We haven't made any enemies because enemy not main concern just yet. I need the bullets to fly from the correct spot. Because something I noticed is that the bullets that we instantiated, they weren't, they just weren't, you know? I don't like that. So, let's see. Oh, that was, oh wait, that's for, okay. That's for the power up. Let's see the bullet bandolier. Okay. So, first step, we're gonna go right there. We just want to know if it ever goes down and checks if our player is null. Baby steps, right? So, well, baby steps now that I've already done all the giant leaps in conclusion. Alright, I hit the attack key by clicking in. So we're going to step into the next spot. Okay, it's set that. It's set, it's saying that it's setting that. Okay. That was for, yeah, for pick around. And then it launched it forward, but it was the same fucking type of sprite. Alright then. Next step is to go into our fire function over here. What do you mean unnecessary? Let's try that. Maybe that will cause me... I doubt it. So we can tell that it applied velocity here. So we're gonna do that. Oh yeah, I also forgot that we should probably disconnect as we're making changes here. Also, our start menu and stuff is working and set up for this already. That is a thing. So we know that it goes through all that pick around stuff. But now once we get here, here's where it gets interesting, alright? So let's take a look-see. It knows that its bullet is there. I can see the bandolier there. Let me check out the... I should have fucking left that thing there. I'm gonna wait for that break to happen. Okay. So now that the break has happened, let's go ahead and take a look-see. Okay. So, bullet type. Out of a count of 4, we're taking number 0, which is autocannon bullet 0. The bullet speed is fine, but then why aren't you actually producing? Here's the call stack here. That was weird. So we have that. Uh-oh. I don't know why it did that. It just kind of pasted some stuff in. So, alright, we see and know that it's doing some stuff. But it's not doing the right stuff. Left cannon equals true. It seems to always be true. So we're going to do a thing here, and we're going to stop trying to do the shortcut way. I'm going to type it out like this. Type it out like this. So that should hopefully at least get alternation happening. Because I don't want it to all fire from one cannon. I want to see this shit ever come through here. Part of the sentence was incomplete because I couldn't type the whole thing because there's a character limit on YouTube. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, it never gave you the other, it never showed me the other part of what you typed. That's why I mentioned it before. We've set this here so that way we know if this ever actually gets down to left cannon true. We know that this break happens here. The bullet speed, bullet damage, and the bullet type have all been, and the bullet sprite have all been set. And yet somehow... Wait. I understand. I understand. All right, here's what I did wrong. Y'all ready? So here in our bullet bandolier, which is basically just a script that we've attached to our bullet prefab, so that way whenever it instantiates a bullet, it goes ahead and decides what type of bullet it's going to be. Everything here works just fine for that. Perfect. Even. There is a problem, though. That's supposed to be a sprite renderer. Underscore bullet sprite is supposed to equal get component in children sprite renderer. And then bullet sprite dot sprite is equal to bullet type. Bullet sprite dot sprite to next, done. So essentially what I was doing was I was setting the sprite. That part was good. I wasn't telling it what the hell to apply that sprite to. So it was like, yes, I've picked the sprite. I've picked the correct one. You even checked that I've picked the correct one. Everything is great. It's never going to know that there's something wrong. That's why human input needed. That's why we double check stuff. Look at that! That is definitely different. Ah, got it. That's actually a little similar, not entirely similar, but similar to an idea that I've got for something else. Because I wanted to make a horror game, like my own version of zombie horror, but it's not going to be like zombies. It's just going to be what you call it. I'm not going to explain it, actually. I want to keep it in. Mainly because it's a very, very hefty body horror genre. And very disgusting with the amount of detail that I know I can go into, because I've thought about this this concept a little bit. And it's pretty gross. It's pretty grotesque. But it's in line with where you're going and thinking for yours. So I can definitely appreciate where you want to go with your brand of horror. I love that. I'm too much of a horror fanatic to like hear something gross or scary and not be a little intrigued by it and be like, "Ooh, that's gross. Tell me more." But it's not like one of those things where I'm going to go out and do atrocities in my life because of it. So I want to say one thing here. We noticed that our bullets seem to be potentially sideways. So our bullet that instantiates is going to need to possibly have its parent's rotation. Euler rotation. And then transform dot rotation. No? Does that not work? Cannot convert from Unity Engine Quaternion to Vector 3. But your Euler rotation thing asks for the XYZ. Oh, it's a deprecated thing as well, so I guess we won't be using that one. All right, so identity, that's the identity rotation for, all right, look at rotation is creates a rotation with specified forward and upwards directions. Vector 3 forward, vector 3 upward. So vector 3 forward is going to be obviously just going to the right. So vector 3 dot right. And vector 3 dot 0. I don't want it to have any elevation. This is literally just me theory crafting how to do this math here. So let's see. Let's hope that it doesn't crash, right? Also, I'll probably need to zoom out my scale. Just a little. Look at that. Now we produce nothing. And here's how I know it's not producing anything. It's not even making them here in the outliner. So if we go ahead and set this back to quaternion identity, hit save, and then try and run that again, it's likely going to do the go back to shooting correctly. Yep. So that part's there. You can still shoot that at very variable speeds. Did I ever normalize that? Well, that's probably why. Do that, and then dot normalize, right? Hopefully normalizing it will keep it from making itself too variable. Yeah, buddy, they're all going at the same speed now. That's wild. vector2 right dot time dot delta time. Let's put brackets around those and then make it dot normalized and then multiply that by the bullet speed. Bullet decider dot bullet speed. All right, fine. We have a parameter. I don't. I dislike. Okay. Like it's telling me that it's an unnecessary assignment, but yet it's also failing to use the thing that it's supposed to. Whatever. Okay, let's try the speed thing again. Normalized speed where they are all traveling at the exact same corrected speed rate. Good. That's taken care of. Bullet control is a-okay. Now, let's see. Yeah, it does ask for that quaternion rotation. I want to see what else is available under the quaternion thing. So it would take a vector 3 and turn it into a Euler angle, right? So if I do that, and then put a vector 3 such as nope. Transform dot rotation dot no. To axis angle. Oh, there you go. To Euler angles. Boop. Would you allow it? You would. Okay. So let's try that. Apparently not. We're going to highlight this and do a Control KC. If you don't know what that does, Control KC is commenting whatever you've highlighted. And by commenting, it turns it into green text. It puts some slashes on there, and it basically makes it human readable only. So the machine, the computer, the program, the app, the game, everything will ignore whatever is inside those brackets. So now we can go ahead and try transform dot rotation dot to Euler angles. And maybe do quaternion in front of it. Huh. That's a from to rotation. And that's a deprecated rotation. I don't think I need that part anymore. I think it should just work with that, right? No? No? You don't want to? Why would you? Yeah, you definitely can't work with just transform. Euler clones the Vector 3 Euler. Okay, returns a rotation that rotates z degrees around the z-axis, x around. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So why can't I grab like my rotation stuff? And see, transform dot rotation, and it doesn't want to do the thing. I'm gonna have to do each individual one. Oh my god. Okay. Rotation dot x, transform dot rotation dot y, transform dot rotation dot z. You son of a bitch. It wasn't just gonna take the actual already XYZs of my transform rotation. It wanted me to manually type it out. Okay. Let's see if this rotates the bullets. So that way they're facing the correct direction. Nope, it does not. So I think I just need to add the Z rotation of -90. How's that? In fact, I may as well just set these to 0, 0. We have made our own quaternion Euler angle. Hopefully, it is useful for something. There we go. We're facing the correct direction. We're troubleshooting things little by little. The fact that these work does not mean that my other scripts will work, like the other parts of my script will work, because I still haven't created a power-up to test if it will swap to these states. But, you know, if things are working out now, hopefully, I'm not going to eat those words. So, our only printouts here are about our... I can actually turn off those weapon firing notices here. We'll do a comment that out, because this is just a long string that we pieced together of various information. So with that commented out, and we don't have to worry about that spamming there anymore, we have attack interval there, which is something that I was going to do. I set attack interval as a variable so that way I can go ahead and say how long I want like the cooldown between each cannon fire to be. But it's also probably something that I'd have to feed in per weapon based off what they fire like. So currently, our only problem spot now is trying to get this to fire off. And I think I know why it wasn't doing it. We're going to drop it right here. I'm not even going to put private or public in front of it. It's just going to be a local bool. But for the script. Let's see. I'll explain why that was possibly the problem here. That was the problem. Okay. So we are okay. So the reason that it was not functioning to alternate between the two is because when we created the left cannon bool within this function by making it a local, a local parameter, a local variable to look for, we're basically telling it that every time we call that function to create that variable brand new, and the way we had it, it was always going to be true. Because at the very start of this thing, we not only created the variable, but we initialized it. And I'm not sure if ending that initialization, like just creating the variable and leaving it empty, would automatically let it be set by whatever its previous thing was or not. But I know for a fact that if I want it to carry over, I just need to not make it a local one-time use variable and make sure it's a part of the character. So our character now has that fixed up. And we're going to copy this information here. And we're going to dump that in here. And then we're going to change left muzzle here to right muzzle. We'll save that because you'll notice that as we were firing, the right cannon's bullets were still coming out, rotated the wrong direction, and at weird speeds. So now we should be good and accurate to what we expect. Look at that. Now I just need it to happen like based off of me holding it. Here's our pause menu. You can see that our sound settings are a little squished off, but that's because just of how this is, since we're scaled at a weird way. But I have set it up so that way when I do a build, it should scale the build's UI the right way. So we can set this down here. We can set music down even lower, but that doesn't help us here. The reason that it's so low right now is because I was doing this and troubleshooting this and getting all of this to where it's at up until about 3 or 4 in the morning today before I decided to stop. So this music coming in at full volume, considering it's only at like 0.15 or 0.25 of its full 1.0 volume. Yeah, it was loud this morning. So I made sure to turn that down for testing purposes. But now we know that those bullets work. We don't know if they will hurt anyone yet, but that's something that comes up later. But now that we have the bullets instantiating, changing to the correct bullet type, and flying in their intended direction with their intended speed, next is to try and make a power-up item. So that way we can change our type of bullet by changing our weapon type. So, it is time to go into our scene here. And I'm going to create an empty. And we're going to call this just power up. Next, we create an empty on top of that. And we go ahead and set the power-up sprite. Power-up sprite is going to have the sprite renderer. And the sprite that it's going to use of the first sprites that we want. Oh, look at that little asteroid field. Oh, like an exploding asteroid. Ooh, I might have to mess with that. I was already kind of intending to mess with it, but now I might, like, really, really mess with it. Like, really, really? Oh, here's the other sprites for the ship, so it can go from damaged to, you know, fine. Also, I just realized that the ship's thrusters are actually really hidden underneath the ship. I might want to... I might want to fix the location of my shit. Whoops. Anyway, I find that funny. Okay. We're going down here to the... These are all the animation stuff, or the sprites for the bullets and for their launch sequences and firing and destruction of various other things. And where is the gosh darn... There it is! Pickups. So we have pickup icon for... That is the engine. It's an engine pickup icon for sure. What's this one? Supercharged engine, which means this one is the burst engine. Yep, this one is the pulse engine, and this would be the base engine frame. We're not going to have a pickup for the base engine, just because there's no reason why it should. I think this is the invincibility pickup. Yep, invincibility shield pickup. Here we go. Auto cannons pickup. There we go. Weapon pickups. This is what I wanted. So is this the sprite? That's a 32. That's a 20 by 22. And this is an 8th sprites icon version. So we want this one because it's the proper PNG. Also, don't I have a generic? Like just a generic power-up icon? I might not. What is this? Main ship autocannon bullet. Then what am I using as my autocannon bullet? Excuse me? What am I firing? Good questions being asked, I'm sure. Let's, see if we can find a possible answer. Oh yeah, see, these are little, test images of the various buffed states of the ship. That's the design with having the full overshield. This is just the semi, like the half-dome shield. That's the directional shield. And this is the invincibility. Ah, that's cool. Still not what I'm after. So these are the ship sprites. Yeah, okay, I guess I have had the wrong bullet loaded in. And also I didn't animate the bullet. What did I put in there? I'm so bothered by it. I also don't actually have like a regular power-up thing I'm noticing. So I might need to just grab something. I'm not gonna have a generic one. Never mind. Just no... Wait, what is this? No, those are shield generator ones. Yeah, it's not gonna be a generic thing. We're gonna have the sprite thing be empty until such a time where it winds up having something. Or I can set it to... No, we'll set it to none. But no, that won't work for me. We set this to 2D. Let me bring out a copy of the player, so that way I have a reference. Set that position back to 0, and... Right, so I want the power-up to be at least somewhat reasonable to that size. And that's the only reason why we still have this here. These are the general pickup items, so if I set that there... I can actually leave the sprite as is. I think. Actually, no, I have my ship set to twice the size in my regular thing. So the power-up sprite should be... twice? Yeah. Power-up sprite should be twice the size of the regular thing. Okay. That's fine. It doesn't need to be rotated or anything like that because it would just kind of float towards our player. And we would set it at order in layer 1 for the sprite on that, so that way the sprite is always kind of above enemies and above anything else. Our own player is sitting at like 0, so it would show up above our player. Like it would be drawn on top of the player if it should be passing in front of him and it doesn't get collected. It would look like it's passing in front. So we have that set up. We want to add the collider for it, and we're going to do a circle collider 2D. We're going to put just that there for right now. Nope, I can't in good consciousness keep that there because I don't know if it'll be the same size as the other shit. Okay, so we've got that there, so now I can go ahead and do this. Scale the size of our collider to approximately 0.25. Approximately, I said. Exactly. Oh my god. Love it. Love it. Okay. We'll set that to is trigger. And that just means that we have to remember it means that we have to remember to in our player, or rather in any script that is going to react to this, make sure that we don't do on collision 2D overlap or anything like that. It's got to be on trigger 2D. Let's not make that mistake. On the right here, we see private void on trigger enter 2D. That's what we're going to want for this power pickup. It's already done. And we created a tag called power up just now. Right? And that means that this is going to have the power up tag. I'm going to leave that sprite as is for now. And on this power up, we're going to go and drop our power up pickup. Yay! So, like I said, as long as we have random power-up checked off here, it's going to automatically turn this into something at the start. It'll turn it into something. So that will automatically fill in these values based on whatever it chooses. And, yeah. And that power-up type is going to choose between 1 and 3, and these are going to choose between... Okay, yeah. So the random ranges that I chose for our randomizer makes sure to exclude the enum that I set for having none as the value, and it excludes the enum for having the autocannon or the base chassis or the base engine. So I'm excluding those from the options. So just by putting this out here and having random power-ups set there, and let me go ahead and, actually the healing is already kind of preset, so I can go ahead and, I'm gonna hide those eventually. But for now, they should be fine. And by having that just right there, I should, theoretically, be able to use this power-up. And by use, I mean I should be able to just kind of wander into it, and it should work. Should. So let's get rid of that secondary player ship. It's not needed. And let's hit play. We're paused. I'm waiting for the thing in the corner to disappear so I can see my tabs. There you go. Alright, we see that when we shoot, as we're shooting, the bullets are actually going behind the power-up, so we can't obscure it at all. That's why we set the draw layer, the order in the layer for the add-on sprite, for the power-up sprite, to be 1. Because everything else is either set to 0 or, you know, a negative number. Oh. Problem. Nothing. So. When the collider 2D other enters the trigger, which is our trigger. So one of the first things we should do is double check, make sure that our player ship has the player tag, which it does. And, alright, so that means that our next step here is to call a trigger detection with a print. So we're going to print, and we're going to say trigger hit detected. And then we're going to come down here, do another one. Player identified. And then we're going to hit save. And then we're going to go right back in. Alright, we can see that it says trigger hit detected. And now it's gone. Jump in again. It's not reacting to us. It's reacting to the bullets. But not to the player. So, let's see what's different then. If we go into our bullets have a trigger. And they also have the physical rigid body. So let's say we go into our player ship. We have a rigid body. What are we missing? Look at it. You look at it! We're missing our goddamn colliders. So we've got our ship, and I'm going to make it a circle collider. We're going to go to scene so we can see our circle collider. I don't think this one's going to be 0.25. Actually, it kind of is. Because I feel like we set this offset to a negative 0.5. I did it on the wrong axis. It's alright. 0.25. A little too much. 0.025. 55. Not gonna work. 0.9? Ooh. 0.1. 0.12 looks pretty good. But then we have to remember that I have been apparently assembling this wrong. And that's apparently where it belongs. Which means that this also probably goes right there. Yep. So now with that in mind, well, let's now fine-tune this again. So we'll set that back at 0.1. That seems to actually be pretty close to center. Kinda, sorta. Okay. I feel like that works. We're going to set that to is trigger. We've made sure that our rigid body is already set up the right way. So it feels like that is all set up right. Feels like being the operative word. So we're going to go over here. We're going to make sure that we set our... Ooh. Actually, yeah, let me go back into that ship and set that to 0. And then we go to the persistence over here. Wonderful. That's right, they don't have anything for me to turn those off. Not in this view. It's got its correct stuff. It's time to test. Let's see how it goes. Also, just FYI, theoretically, this power-up should now have... Look at that! By clicking on the power-up, we can already see that it is set as an engine power-up of the pulse engine type. So that means that when we accept this this upgrade, this power-up, it should automatically change our engine type to be a visibly different type of engine and also have a different animation for our idle and in motion stuff. Woo! Woo! It works. Oh, it works. It should only last for about 10 seconds and it goes back to normal. Fucking victory lap! Alright. Well, sometimes you have to do some unprofessional things and celebrate. I didn't test any of this shit when I was coding it at 3 and 4 in the morning. This is why I'm so fucking happy. Oh, I'm so glad so much of it's working better than anticipated. Okay. So, we know that it works. I want to try it again and see if I get a weapon pickup this time. But, oh, this time it's a burst engine? Hey, yo! I'll have to change their speeds up and everything based off certain things. Yeah, buddy. Okay, so... I'm going to drop another one of these. Or rather, I'm going to duplicate this one. Drag it down here. The top one will be random, and this one is going to be weapon type. And we're going to say rocket launcher with none on the engine type, and it's not going to be a random power-up. All right. So this is why we set that as a changeable variable, as a bool, to go ahead and say yes, this is going to be random, or no, this is not going to be random. Because let's say I want to go ahead and put something in there where if an add-on, if a power-up is going to drop, but I don't want it to be like, I want it to be a repair item if the player's health is like 2 or less, then I would wind up doing a check, see what type of health the player has, and then like either increase the chance of having a health pack, and or I can do the easier way and just say, hey, if the player has 2 health, let's just go ahead and guarantee 1 medkit drop. There you go. And we go ahead and just manually set HP, healing, and random power up turned off, and yada yada. It would just kind of spawn it and use logic. Because as of right now, these power-ups are going to be spawned with logic. They're going to be something that is, they're going to be a prefab that is spawned out of the remains of a destroyed asteroid and or enemy ship. So let's see what our weapon one will look like. Woo! Yeah, buddy! Oh! It's awesome. And it changed the bullet type as well. Let me see about changing this one now to the big space gun. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Hell yeah. And now it goes back. Nice. Nice. I'm gonna have to have the fire rate be slower for that one. Oh, it randomly turned itself into what? Yes. Okay. So we can plainly see that weapons and engines and bullets are all updating themselves based off of what our types, weapon types, enums, all that stuff is working exactly as intended. God, that feels good. We're going to go ahead and take this power up. And we're going to get rid of the sprite, because the sprite is also going to have to be set based off of what it is. All right. So step 1 here, we're going to set this to 0, 0. The sprite is already set up properly. Everything else here is set up properly. So now we take this and we drag it into our prefabs. And in our power-up pickup script that we already have open is where we're going to go ahead and do the chunk of our work in trying to get this to be a little more automated in its decision-making processes. All right. We will be right back. I need to go to the bathroom, and when I come back, we will get started on making this power-up item set its sprite based off of what type of power-up it is. Alright, we're back. Oh, God. Let's see. Unity dev scene? Yeah, that's the... Okay. So, we know that there is a power-up here in the scene. It's over here. It's invisible, though. So, we're going to leave it there because this is how we're going to wind up figuring this out. So, we have these variables up here. We're going to go ahead and do a little cleanup work, all right? So, we're going to use something called attributes in C#, and we're going to hide these public variables so that way they can't be messed with in the editor because we don't want to manually set these right now. Oh, god damn it. Wait a minute. No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it be. I'll have to create headers for stuff. Make header to warn from using these if random power-up is free. Okay. So next thing that we want to put down here is this one's actually going to be a private type, which is nice. It's going to be a private sprite renderer underscore sprite renderer. Yep, you already know what we wanted there. Okay, now that we have the sprite renderer, we would like to have that list of sprites, right? From the bullet bin. Actually, we don't need the one from the bullet bin here. The bullets are taking care of themselves. We need the sprite renderer for the power up. And then we'll go ahead and change that based off of the list that we're about to make. So how I've been doing my my swaps and everything has been based off of adding the things that I would like to lists of those particular things and then going through that list and grabbing the particular swappable thing I'm trying to move to. And here's how it looks when we do that. So first we're going to do a serialize field, which means that even if our if this variable is private or protected, in other words, not accessible from the editor or outside sources, by using serialize field, it'll still be hidden to outside blueprints and not blueprints, scripts and code and stuff, but it will be accessible via the editor. So we want to serialize this field. We'll call it the private sprite underscore power up sprite. But that's not entirely right because we said it was going to be a list. So we encapsulate that like that, and then we type list in front of it, and then it's going to give us an error because we're not using the correct space. But once we go to quick actions and use system.collections.generic, that becomes normal. And it adds it right up here, system.collections.generic. Now you can use arrays for this, but I like using lists because lists don't need to be declared ahead of time. They don't need to have their size declared ahead of time, and they don't need to have their size constantly micromanaged by, you know, code or by the user or anything. The list will automatically update its sizing based off the amount of shit that's in it or not. So we want to go ahead and create that list as the power-up sprite. Also, lists are supposedly, they use less resources than an array does. So we're going to use this list. In awake over here, we're going to go ahead and whether it's a random power up or not, we're going to make sure that we go do underscore sprite renderer get component in children. Make sure that is get component in children if you did what I did and you separate out the main body of your thing along and you put the sprite as a separate game object attached to that, like I did, where you drop down and this here has the sprite render, then that means that if the script is on here, that's this script right here, That means that in order to get this to understand that the sprite, where to get the sprite render, it needs to look not in here, but in this child. So we have to make sure that it says get component in children. It's going to look for that sprite renderer, and it's going to assign this sprite renderer right here to that value. And honestly, I can go ahead and save this as is right now because I'm going to need it. Because now we're going to go into the power-up prefab, and we're going to toss in the sprites. And we're going to try and make sure that we toss them in order. So we go to sprites, we go to weapons, PNGs, and this just gives us the pickup icons. And we're going to make sure to do the first icon for each one. We're going to lock this so that way it doesn't fucking do that. And here... Unlock, relock. Thank you. So we have this one, which is the autocannon. That's going to be number 1. We have number 2. Which is that big gun. Big Space Gun 2000. We have number 3, which is the rocket launcher. And then we have number 4, which is the zapper. Now we're also going to go ahead and I need the animation for the sprite. I'm going to go ahead and do this. And we're going to open up animation and, yep, create an animator and an animation clip. That's exactly what we need. So we're going to go into the animation tab, and this is going to be power up. Oh, crap. Power up icon underscore. There's not going to be an autocannon power up, so it's going to be Big Space Gun 2000 dot anim. All right, we have an animator. There we go. Power up icon, BSG. And technically, we need to have... Shit. Technically, this is going to need an idle. Or undecided power up. So I think undecided power up, I might put one of each. It's going to be a super fast version of each one, I think. Unless... Alright, that's those. It looks to be about 9 sprites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. 9 total to get the full effect. Three, 6, and 9. Go ahead and drop that there. Nice. So it is 9 per. So this should just cycle through all of them. Should probably space it out just a little bit more so they have at least a frame each. And hopefully by at least doing it this way, we can give it kind of like a default animation to stick around at. Whether it's got the engine animations in it or not. At the very least, it's going to be cycling through stuff and people are going to see it and be like, oh, that looks cool. I should probably touch that. Love touching stuff. As people often do. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that feels a lot less overbearing. So, the reason that we did this is so that way we can have a default that isn't a specific power. So by having the animation be the undecided power-up, and it's just going to be like an, oh, wow, I have no idea where I'm at or what I'm doing. So we're going to go from any state to any of these. That's basically what it is. So it can be an undecided power-up, but whenever the decision is made for it to change to anything, it will just do that. We need to go ahead and set the int here. To say power-up ID. Right? Yeah. Power-up ID should be fine. We'll go with power-up sprite ID. And I have a feeling that in my actual power-up thing, I only put the 4 things for weapons. Yep, I didn't put the engines in there. There are more power-ups than just guns! Guns! Engines. Pickup icon. Wunderbar. Oh, did I not? Fairly certain I did. No, apparently I didn't. Oh, wouldn't you know it. Let's see, these are the bases. Those are the engines, and of course, yeah. So I still need to cut them up. That's crazy. All right. So let's see, that says filter mode is bilinear, so we want to switch that to point no filter. And then we also want to go to our compression and go to none. We don't want to have any compression. These are supposed to be, you know, chunky sprites. And we also want to make sure that we take this sprite mode and take it to multiple. Now we hit apply, and now we can go to each one individually and start slicing it up. So we know that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We could do all 15, we could do 10, it doesn't really matter, but I'll just keep it as is. Grid by cell count. We have 1 row and 15 columns. Thank you very much. Slice it up. I said slice it the fuck up. Apply it. Excellent. We can close that. And now we go through here. We go to sprite editor for this as well. And it should be just about the same thing. Slice it up. Apply it. Close it out. Sprite editor. Slice it. Apply it. Close it. Slice. Apply. Close. Okay. So now, amidst our lovely pickup sprites, we have the ability to animate. Which reminds me, we need to go here into the BSG. I shouldn't have even made icons for the autocannon. And now we're going to make sure that we space this out still, because it's going to need it. We've already seen what happens when it doesn't get spaced out. Alright. Play that. Yeah, buddy. That's lovely. That's truly lovely, that is. Oh, also, that was the wrong thing. I put in the goddamn engine. Whoops. This was supposed to be a thing where... That one shouldn't have been there. Okay. Yeah, that one shouldn't have been there because that's an autocannon thing, and like I said, we're not having these power-ups ever give us our basic default shit. So it's never going to give us a power-up cannon, and it should never give us a base engine either. Those things will automatically be applied to us whenever we're not in a powered-up state. So we ignore those. And here, where it says BSG, I gotta be careful and make sure that we have the big space gun as the thing that we're putting here. Which it's not, and I need to delete these. Now it will be. I knew something was wrong when I looked at it. I was like, man, that looks good, but it also looks wrong. So the intent here is that I want my sprite to be set based off of the decision of what type of power-up, and then the animation will be set based off of the sprite. Awesome. That one's good. We'll create a new clip. Power-up icon. I'm gonna call this rocket launcher. Now we get the rocket launcher pickup. Set that up. It's really hot. I'm not made for heat, which is ironic. I'm Puerto Rican. We're definitely made for heat. We're a tropical people. But I personally have left my tropics in the forgotten topics of my life. And I'm not looking to revisit it. Alright, we have rocket launcher pickup. Create new clip. Zapper. We have Zapper. Now we grab these icons, we toss them on there, do the same spiel. And then we'll have to do the same for engines, just to make sure that it has everything. And once we've... Oh, sorry about that. Once we've given it those, we should be good. Okay, that covered the weapons. Yep. And now we go on to power up icon. Oh, shit. I think pulse is number 2. Let me see. Engine type dot... Oh, I can't type it up here. Engine type dot... Okay, so we had... It is burst. Okay, so it goes from none, base, pulse, burst, supercharger, probably. I don't know why I'm checking it there instead of just opening up my enum list. Yeah, let's check the enum list real quick. Should be in my quality of life. Yep. Engine type. None, base, then pulse, burst, supercharger. The order is very minutely important. Okay. So once I get these power-up sprites in there, we're gonna take off. As in, I'm gonna take off. I'm done. I'm hot. I'm bothered. I need to undress myself more than the internet really needs to see. And, we'll call this good progress for the time being. Because, after this, all I need to do is create an enemy class that I can go ahead and, you know, make a couple of enemies out of. Because I've got like 3 enemy types that I want to do. I'm probably only going to wind up doing 2, but whatever. And then possibly the asteroids, because I think those would be a nice little touch floating by. And if not, then we'll just have the enemies coming in and trying to obliterate our player, while our player tries to obliterate them with various cool weapons and capabilities. So, we have added nothing there. Need to add that engine, then this engine, and then lastly this engine. So that settles that. And then we can go back up to the sprite. And we want to choose pulse engine. Pulse engine's done. Then I guess we move on to the next one. This one's going to be the burst engine. And we go ahead and scoot this out. Make sure it's at least a frame of space in between, so that way it doesn't mess with our eyes too much whenever we see it shining. It's not just our eyes, it's for anyone that would be playing this. Let's go ahead and check that out. Looks fine. That's our burst engine icon. And lastly, we need to create the clip for the super engine of some sort. Oh, supercharged. Just call it S-charged. Same as I have for the thrusters up there. Hey, man, have you ever used Game Maker? If so, how is it? I have not used Game Maker. I have it, but it's almost like the same as Godot to me. It's an engine that it has some measure of popularity and or infamy. It has its perks, it has its downsides, and it exists as something that I don't really know too much about. Though I would like to expand my knowledge, I need more time in order to do that. So it won't happen for a little while, but it will eventually happen. Alright, that's the supercharger done. We've got our icons, we've got all of our thingamabobbers there. And we can leave that as is. Unless I copy those. And I bring us to here, and I do that. And I become a little shit, and I make sure that it has all options available. Ain't I a stinker? And then we go to, what was that last one? S-charged engine, that's right. And we'll copy those, since I've already spaced them out. I can go to undecided. Set that there, and now this undecided power-up animation, it's gonna go through and show us all of them. I just realized it's going through the weapon ones faster because we clipped off like 6 frames from each of those. Ooh, whoops. I didn't mean to hit play. We want to go back to this. Yeah, there we go. And zoom out. Go back to undecided and do that. Yeah. So that means from that point to this point. Gone. And then 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Delete. All right, there we go. This should be a little better, timing-wise. Yep, now it's even across the board. Wonderful. So our default animation, undecided power-up. And then from any state, based off of our power-up sprite ID, which if it's 0, we're going to say 0 is the healing icon, which we never made one. So it should always be greater than 0. Let's just say that. All right. Transition to BSG, to POW, to rocket launcher, and then to zapper as the first 3. Actually, I think I'll make the healing be the last power-up sprite ID, so it'll be ID number 7. So until then, this should be power-up sprite ID equals 0 with a fixed duration of 0.1 to switch over. With its next state being its interrupt source. And I'm just gonna kind of have to copy that over to everything. So fixed duration 0.1. Next state. We're gonna set these to they can't transition to themselves. That's 1. Set this to next state. And done. Not quite done, actually. So that's 0. Next, this one should be 1 equals 2. And this is why we want things in order. Pulse engine should be 3, 4, 5. Where we set this to 0.1 with next state cannot transition to self equals 3 equals 4 equals 5. And we want to go ahead and go through, make sure that these are all set appropriately. 0.1 transition time with fixed duration, with next state being the breaker there. The interrupter cannot transition to itself. Okay. And we'll just go ahead and make transition to a non-existent one. We don't have the healing set up, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. So based off of these parameters, we want to make sure that the sprite number inside that list is what sets the thing here. We're also going to need a healing sprite if we're going to actually have the healing kit, but that's okay for now. So at the very least, when we hit play, this should start up automatically with its animation of the undecided pickup. So first, we set our power up to nothing here. Why aren't you... Power up icon, S charged engine has nothing on it. What do you mean? Those are old. Okay, got it. So this now has no sprite, as intended. That has the 6 sprites. So then let's see here. All right, we have to create a function here. Choose sprite. We're going to come on down here and make private void choose sprite. We're not going to clear power up sprite. That is a dumb idea. Also, power up sprite is the whole list itself, so don't ever clear that out. What we want to do is we're going to need a switch based on power up type, just like up here. Pretty much that exact thing, but we're not going to be using the player control stuff. We can dip that. Goodbye. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Okay, so if that's okay, that's fine. Can I do a switch within a switch? That is a question. Let's find out. That's for power-up type. I can still do underscore weapon type. Yeah, buddy. Looks like we can do a double. Oh, what's this green here? Oh, because it's an empty switch block. Okay, so case, weapon type, none is not going to be a case here. Neither is the autocannon. We want to say that this weapon type is equivalent to, or rather, based off weapon type. If weapon type is big space gun, awesome. So if the weapon is a big space gun, then we want our sprite renderer.sprite to equal we want it to be equal to power up sprite. There you go. Power up sprite 0. There you go. And then we also want to reach into the animator, which we're also going to wind up getting up here with a private animator. Animate. And then over here, underscore animator. Get component in children animator. It understands what it needs to do. So then when we come down here, we can say underscore animator dot set integer. We want to get the name of the integer, which for what we set it up as, what was it? Power up sprite ID. Power up sprite ID, and then we want to make sure that we set that. Bang. So by setting it to 0, we've satisfied the requirement to make it equal 0 and turn that power-up icon into the big space gun. And it also changes our, what do you call it? Our animation to the space, yeah, the BSG, the big space gun. Because it's the first in the list, right? Double click that. Look, BSG, Big Space Gun 2000. Yep. That's why we did everything in order, because now we're going to go through here and we're going to copy that, and we're just going to keep on changing the numbers on these little by little. So that was that one case scenario. Next is case weapon type rocket launcher. We'll paste that. Change that to a 1. Change that to a 1. Break that off. And next and last for the weapon types is going to be the zapper. Set this to 3. This one to 3. And then make sure that we add the break in right after. And that's it for that one. Next, we want to go into the case for the power-up type engine. And if we are in an engine power-up type, then we want to create another switch. And it's going to be switch underscore engine type, open brackets, case engine type dot pulse, because we know that's the first one there. Whoops. There we go. We set this to 4. We set this to 4. We break. We move on. Case, engine type, burst. I fucked up. The zapper's supposed to be 2. This is supposed to be 3. And this one's supposed to be 4. Now we break that. This is why we look back and check on our stuff, and why we try and keep a mental note and remember how large our lists and arrays are supposed to be. Case, engine type, and we want that to be a supercharger. And now we set that to the 5th and final value in our list. We break that off the rest of the way. And that creates pulse, burst. Wait a second. Did I accidentally delete it? I think I accidentally deleted it. Yeah, I did. That's a little weird. Ah. Weird stuff happening. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, see, it just kind of broke that off. And I wasn't ready for that. I could have swore that I just did the thing, but won't hurt to do it again, I guess. Engine type, supercharger. And we'll do that. Never mind. Looks like it. I realized what the issue was. It decided to break the copy paste that I had going. And it was pasting something else, something weird. So now we can go ahead and alter that. We shouldn't get any errors. Attack interval is assigned but never used. You're goddamn right about that. And since we don't have any repair chassis stuff just yet, we can leave that be. And we know that this comes down and chooses the sprite, and when it chooses the sprite, it is also setting up our animation. Hallelujah. So now let's come up to this one and see to it that it is set up like our OG should be. And by that I mean I'm going to go in here and double check right now, make sure. Yep, see, it's this OG's already fucking up. Set that to none. Fine, that's fine, that's fine. Everything else is fine. So by getting rid of that, save it here. Okay. You should auto-assign your thing. Oh, it said player identified. Yep, it was right there. And it auto-identified. It made itself look good. It already applied to my character. Our shit switched back to normal. Go back through it. Ah! Let me zoom out. Nice. Let's make sure that power-up isn't directly in the middle of the scene where our player will spawn. We'll put it up over here. We'll see how it looks now. Make sure that it, does something else, Look at that! I think I'm kind of good at what I'm doing. That's crazy. Yeah! Yeah, buddy! Oh, that's so good. Alright. Things are working out. That makes me very, very happy in case it wasn't evident. that is what happens. Oh god, it always feels so good when things actually work out the way I want them to. Our resources are good there. I'm actually going to leave that down there like that because I visit that regularly. Our scripts so far are doing real well. And I think I can collapse down most of these sprite-related things because I believe we've got just about everything covered except for enemies and possibly asteroids. Oh. You'll notice that I also have a prefab for floating text. We haven't finished making it yet, but it's there. And that's going to be something that we do for our other assignment as well. To make things feel more impactful, we're going to put damage numbers. Yeah. So, that kind of covers it. I'm actually leaving out today on a good note, a little later than intended, but that kind of makes up for last time where I left like half hour early because I was stupid hungry, and now I'm stupid hungry. So, yeah, we're going to call this a wrap-up. I want to thank y'all for coming and participating in the stream today, including those that participated in chat, including but not limited to Abman and Jacob Williams, my regulars. I appreciate you guys so much. If y'all want to have a fun combat game that's in the 3D vein of games to play, and that's a MMORPG, I recommend checking out the game Vindictus. I was talking about it earlier today. Quick rehash of what we accomplished today. We went into a combat design project and we went ahead and made our air attack, and we made it feel correct, timed it properly, and got all of our attack phases to respond accordingly. We created a drop shadow for platforming, and we kind of fixed up our sounds and interactions between a breakable object and our combat design character. So moving beyond that, we jumped into this other project here, where we are trying to create a side-scrolling space shoot-'em-up, and we have succeeded in creating the shoot-'em, the power-ups of the shoot-'em-up, and all the swaps and everything that happen when you get a power-up, which is supposed to make you feel, you know, empowered, feel special. So the next thing I'm going to do in regard to this particular project, which we will continue on stream on Tuesday, is I'm going to go ahead and make this... I'm going to make enemies. That's going to be the first thing I do for this project the next time I touch it, is enemies. And then after that, I will go ahead and worry about adding sounds and music to stuff. Because I want to be able to have a sound for you successfully grabbed a power-up, you're firing your weapons, have all 4 weapons have a different type of a fire sound, and then have the impact sound and the destruction sound for explosions. And then this one will hopefully be done. Yay. Alright. I gave thanks, I went over a recap, and that's it. What you snowflakes still doing here? Get out of here. I'll see y'all in the next one. Stay frosty.